Hello, y'all. How's it going? It is the day today. It's Tuesday. Feels like a Monday to me on account of I had yesterday off. As you might have seen, there was a whole big stream. But that's not important right now. Regardless of how many hours that long that stream was, many hours, and no matter how many cool games that I haven't played before I played during that. 7 of them, 2 of them being good, Resident Evil 2 and Persona 3 Reload. I've never played a RE game before, and I kind of think I should play more of that, probably. It is pretty good, turns out. That RE2, that remake that everyone liked and spoke so highly of. Pretty damn good. None of that matters right now. What matters right now, I also haven't slept that much. What matters right now is that it's time for the stream, and we're doing Zelda, Skyward Sword. And specifically, we are picking up from where we left off last time. It occurs to me I'm not supposed to be here. I'm supposed to be, here. That's right, I can't cover up the health and shit. I also need to grab the controller, god, the mouse, just to move some stuff around. Give me 1 second. And then, well, yeah. Alright. I did not call Fee. You are mistaken. I think a button got hit while I was moving around. Right, so tonight in Skyward Sword, from where we left off at a very auspicious point. We have completed the second lap, we've done a second battle with the big boy, and, well, that means we're in Bloat City. We're at the point where the game gets very, 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 very bloated. And, Sword just, spins its wheels for a whole nother third of the game. God forbid. There's a couple of big, annoying sections that I remember, and some that I probably have forgotten entirely in addition to that. The ones I remember are 2. There's the forest flood part, which, Jesus Christ, that's terrible. That was like, especially on the Wii with the motion controls, just the worst, probably the worst segment that's ever been in a 3D Zelda. The swimming in the flooded forest. And then there was the Volcano Stealth, which was not bad. I didn't mind that part so much, though it was like the third time. It is like the second time that you've had like a avoid enemies mission in the volcano, with that escort mission being kind of shockingly similar in retrospect. One of the reasons why perhaps the Volcano Stealth also doesn't get that much of a good reputation. Well, I don't know what people think of Volcano Stealth, honestly, but I assume they don't like it. Or at the very least, they feel ambivalent about it. That's sort of how I feel. I've forgotten entirely anything else that happens during this span, but we'll be going to each of the areas and seeing what's what, and it'll probably be annoying. So, yeah. Let's push through. Let's get through this whole chunk of the game, and I want to see at least the entryway to the dungeon tonight. If we get there around like 4 hours in, it would behoove me to go to sleep and leave the dungeon and the final parts of the game for next week, which would probably be the finale, but I guess I'll say if we get there, like, quicker than I imagine, then I really wouldn't mind going and doing the dungeon, like, now. I imagine, though, that this stream is gonna be like the Twilight, the Wind Waker Triforce hunt, except so much more painful. So much more painful, in that it's just a single a stream that has 0 dungeons. and not even the hint of a dungeon. Nowhere close to a dungeon. So, yeah, that's the setup here. That's what we're doing. I do have one thing I want to say before we begin, which is that if you didn't see yesterday, the emote update is here for the Twitch side. I mentioned this on Friday, showed these off yesterday on yesterday's stream. But basically, I have added a whole bunch of new emotes for the Twitch on the tier 1 level. They gave all streamers like a bunch of extra slots a few months ago, and I finally figured out and created good emotes to put them to use. The ones that are new, the brain used to be at a higher tier level, which basically means that it wasn't used by anyone but me. Also new is the Cranky Kong Shrug. Wanted a good shrugging emote. I think I figured it out. And the 5 animated emotes down at the very bottom right there. So that is the Crocodile, the Knuckles, the Kazooie, the SAX, and the Trophy, which is from Glover. Pretty good lineup. That's a lineup that I'm very happy with, and I think will be very useful for me, as I like to watch Twitch sometimes and use an emote. And as the streamer, they're all free to me. I get to use them without paying. And if you want to, you can subscribe or use an Amazon Prime sub. I'll say, hey, by the way, Amazon Prime users have free subscriptions that they can drop once a month on Twitch streamers, if you so care to. And that's just free money that you can give to whoever the fuck you like. Just throwing that out there as a fun fact. And you get emotes, and they're integrated with the Discord. So if you're in the Discord, you can use those emotes on all Discords. And so can I. Again, without any cash down from me, but y'all, it's a different story, obviously. Okay, that's me explaining what's going on. And also, emote plug. Let's go and start this whole process. Now, I will say I think this is going to start with the one cool part of this, which is the final story reveal of what's up with this whole big gate thing. I got some phlegm. Allergies, no. Hate allergy season. Not a fan. Okay, so we did the whole thing last time with the big dude, the big bad imprisoned guy, whatever his name is. Big dude, big boy. And now we can finally hit this gate with our sword, which will cause a cutscene to happen, and an explanation of what's going on in the plot here. What is going on in the plot, you ask? Well, we'll find out. This is kind of a cool thing that I think is unfortunately very, underused, underserved. It's a cool idea that I think would have been like 80% cooler if they did it like a completely different way. I'll explain after the game actually reveals its hand and shows you what it's up to. There's a better version of this game, of this basic plot point in like, honestly, multiple Zelda games. Like, recent ones, very old ones. Obviously, ones I would have to spoil to make the comparison. But basically, you have this Twilight Mirror style door, which is pretty cool. Pretty cool looking door. Pretty cool looking gear. It's a pretty cool thing. The gate has been reactivated at long last. It is a portal to the past where Zelda now waits. Yes. So, it's sort of like... There are other games with time travel, obviously. I guess Ocarina isn't quite as like, far-flung as this. It's like hundreds of years in the past versus a 7-year span. But I feel like the difference in Ocarina is more pronounced, even though it's just 7 years. You're just 7 years in the future, but everything is completely different. Whereas here, you go back to the past, you look around, it's kind of the same. Kind of the same. Also, you know, get a good look. Yeah, don't worry, I'll be back in like 5 minutes. Don't get so bent out of shape, man. I'm gonna be back in like 5 minutes. I'm gonna go there. Zelda's gonna say, like, you need to do like a bunch of side stuff, and then do one more dungeon, and then the game can end. That's a cool thing to ask. Bruce says, what's up? The disappointment starts here, after we go into the past, because it is sort of just one room. A one room with a younger person in it. A younger person than the person we see here. It is funny how similar this all is to how Twilight Princess did its portal. It's like a poem. It should rhyme. That old chestnut. Here we are in the past. It's like the future, but slightly less decrepit. I think a problem with this past thing... One problem about it is that we've already had time travel in this game done better. Time travel that goes to and from two very distinct periods that are interesting and lead to gameplay differences. This is just, oh, it's, yeah, you haven't let the place go yet. Hello, Impa. I figured it out. We go to the past. It's the Temple of Hylia. It will be known as the Sealed Temple sometime in the future. By who? You're the only one who lives here, or knows about it. Why the hell did you rename it? Why don't you just keep it called the Temple of Hylia? It's like, when I rename my PC, it's like, yeah, this is my PC, at this point named my PC. At some point in the future, it'll be named the Double. Originally named Two Screened. Now it's called the Double. Like, yeah, that's just the name I put on it. It's not... Whatever, dude. Unless, is Impa the Impa from the future, not the Impa from the past? I thought the idea was that they're the same person. And not like a long, far-flung descendant. Demise is here. Wait, so, did she just say... Maybe you should pay attention. The parts that aren't in... That Skyloft is not in the sky yet. Okay, that's interesting. It is there that the person that risked your life and blood waits for you. Okay, let's go. There's not any people you see in the past. There's not any towns. There's not any areas. It's kind of a bunch of shit. The wounds inflicted on the land between the goddess and the demon king have not healed. All the fairy tales about the world we've we've heard growing up, they appear all too real. Yeah, it's a shame that we don't get to see any of that. We're locked inside this temple that is, shit. Even in Wind Waker, they let you go outside and look around and go like, oh wow, look across the water there. There's a mountain. There's a little bit of a plain. I could see some areas and imagine that we might get to go there. You don't, but you know. A repeated missed opportunity in some of these games is that like, oh, we put in a cool alternate world that you travel to. What's that? We don't have any budget? Oh, cut the alternate world. Cut everything but the plots and like the main hub that you go to. Damn it. It would have been good if like the second lap of the game was in the past. That's how you would do it. Like, okay, we got the 3 areas, then you go back to the past and you do the 3 areas again, but you're in the past and things are different. I mean, I don't know how that would work with the sand ship. It wouldn't work with the sand ship in particular, but otherwise, it would probably be pretty cool. Soon after the Demon King was imprisoned, it became clear that Seal would not hold long against his fearsome power. Yep, he is breaking out. Whoopsie daisy. That was a double click. Let's find out what she said. I'm smart. Yep. In order to put the end to the Demon King, Hylia devised 2 separate plans and set them both in motion. Huh. Well, isn't that something? Sometimes when you hit B, the box completely finishes and moves on to the next one. Other times when you hit B, it does nothing. That's great. Make it always do the same thing. Consistency in UX. That's what I will that's what I will ask for here. Not my fault. Her second fan was to abandon her divine form and transfer her soul to the body of a mortal. What mortal? For while the supreme power of the Triforce was created by the gods, all its power can be wielded as one. Look, I'm gonna press B. Complete text box. Knowing this power was her last and only hope, the gods gave up her divine powers in mortal form. I'm gonna hit B. I'm gonna hit B. I am the chosen hero, Zelda, the goddess reborn as a mortal. I guess... I think you're just Zelda, reborn as a Zelda. Hit B. I hit B, and now it reads the whole thing. Consistency, for fuck's sake. Why are some text boxes entirely different? Why? It's not even like there's an animation that has to play out in this case. It's just a lady staring at the screen. Yes, Impa. I had no memory of my existence as Hylia, but she explained to me, and she helped me to remember who I was and what I had to do. Oh yeah, that's some L. Ron Hubbard type shit. That's... Or repressed memory type shit. It's not real, Zelda. It's not real. In either case, I set out to pray at the goddess statues located in every temple, and each temple stirred up memories within me. After I visited Impa, led me here to the past. And now I'm hanging out here, and, you know, you gotta do some stuff. And then we can, finish the game. There must be, in the speedruns, a way to skip all this shit, right? They must skip, like, all of this shit, or else they wouldn't be able to finish this. This cutscene is so long. Well, maybe it's faster if you just button through it, I don't know. Stripped of his true physical form by the seal, he takes the shape of the big boy, Even in his hideous state, he can devour the land if we allow him. Okay. I guess. Yeah, that's some serious shit right there. Just a 1,000-yard stare. Okay, go ahead and do that. Be here. As long as I continue this vigil, we may be able to prevent him from fully reviving in our time. Wait, so I don't get to do adventuring here? Yeah, that's fine. I'm gonna kill him in our time, and then we'll be good. Yepers. I have learned wisdom. Power, that's right. And yeah, trials or courage. Now that those qualities reside in you, you can claim the Triforce. That's not how the Triforce works. I've played the other games. That's not how it works. Okay. Now you must go to the forest and do the music note minigame. Alright, I already had the Triforce, but whatever. This sucks. This is not a good way to tell this. Probably the worst version of the lore dump. Zelda is the lady, is the goddess, and also she's just gonna hang out here and you know, sort of like Wind Waker. Wind Waker has the same problem, honestly, of yeah, Zelda's just gonna hang out here, and well, Demise is probably gonna do a thing in like a minute. She's gonna got really bad. And then you're gonna have to save the day. I guess technically in this one she's doing something in the past, but I don't know. Big Boy still comes out, and I am the one who has to actually put it down, so it doesn't seem like your Big Boy prevention measures are working. The gods created the Triforce, but they specifically designed it so that their own kind could never use its power. Wait! Hang on. But your reincarnations of you, who would also be the goddess, have 100% used the Triforce. Beginning to think the lore in the Zelda is inconsistent and only consistent within the confines of a single game, with a single narrative. Huh. Who'd have thought? That is true. There's a interesting interpretation of Zelda games that they're all just fables told by people, and none of them are true, basically. In other words, like, oh yeah, well, Link at one point saved the land from this thing, and then the whole world flooded. Oh, really? Yeah, it got better. It unflooded. It was all washed away, but it's fine, don't worry about it. There was more land elsewhere. How does this connect? Don't worry, it's not that kind of thing. It's just a fable. It's like asking what came first, you know, Beowulf, or name another myth, or Beowulf, or Beowulf or the Trojan War. It's Beowulf. Or the Odyssey. They're stories. But they're really games, so it also doesn't matter in real life. I knew if it meant saving Zelda, me, She's talking about herself here. You would throw yourself headfirst into any danger. I used you. Okay. Well, I didn't do that much. I sort of followed you around, and then in positive way, followed you to the dungeons, and then there was a whole trial thing. Who cares? Doesn't matter. I put my sword in some fire. All in a day's work. We need to get through this cutscene. I'm sorry. This cutscene has taken way too long. I know I say this the day after I played like 4 hours of Persona 3 Reload, but even the tutorial cutscenes in that are better than this. Is that harsh? Well, Persona 3 is extremely good, is the other thing. And it has like good vibes and good and like music that is not that I haven't heard a billion times. Well, I've listened to Persona 3 music a lot actually. But you know what I mean? Like this rendition of this song is in like every Zelda game before it, and it's listen to it. It's if you told me this was just straight out of Ocarina, I'd say, yeah, that's about right. You've done nothing with it. You've put no mustard on it. No spice. No zest. It's boring. Very boring rendition of the song. I'm being harsh. I'm being very harsh tonight. But I do think this part is really terrible. You go back to the past and it's just nothing. It's a cutscene. You think you're gonna get like a cool new part of the game and maybe like hang out with Zelda and whatever. Instead, you just have like a really shitty cutscene where Zelda explains she's actually a different character you don't know. Sure. I'll do that. She's actually a different character. She has a lot of conflicts about what this all is. And also, it's gonna be fine when it's all over, so why even worry? Ah, she crystalled herself. Did she just crystal herself? Yeah, Link. I've seen worse fates for Zeldas. She is still basically her. You know. Imagine if she had been her future form had been running around the world and you had no idea. That'd be like a 5 times better execution on this whole idea. Imagine if you realized, like, I'll say what would be good. If you realized, like, late in the game that the imprisoned was actually Zelda, that would be low-key cool. And if they could make that work plot-wise. Like a corrupted Zelda who has been tricked into like, fulfilling a role that was, thrust upon her, manipulated, and it turns out that Impa is the baddie all along, or is under the sway of Ganondorf, who is actually in it. Or a new character, Zant again. Zant could come back. Hey, Zant could come back. Imagine if Zant came back. So, this is the past. Yeah, it's one room and a cutscene. And not even a very good cutscene. Remember how we bid what's his fuck Groose a tearful goodbye? Yeah, we're coming on our way back. Hey, I saw the princess. You could go like have a look. It's fine. It's a closed temple. You can't get outside. The doors are locked, and the young lady who lives there, she won't let us go outside and do adventuring. Yeah, Zelda is back there We cannot see her. We cannot go and say hello. She's pulled a Bender. Bender's big score, essentially. There's like 20 Zeldas in there with various stolen goods. You know, waiting through the ages until the year 3000. Same premise. No, not really. It's kind of similar to Tears of the Kingdom, except 1,000 times worse and 1,000 times more like, yeah, this is more like tossed off. The emotions do not land. The stakes are not good. And also, who gives a fuck? Imagine if you went down to the depths and it was one room, and then you had to leave. She's great. Yeah, she'll be fine. She's not even, like, old in there. She's, like, preserved in time. It's not like we're gonna open that door and find, like, a 100-year-old Zelda who is, on the verge of dying. She's gonna be young and hot and just the same as she ever was once she wakes up from her endeavor. Also, why exactly did everyone have to go into the sky? It seems perfectly fine down here. There's, like, monsters and whatever, but there's 2 whole reasonably successful civilizations that just seem to hang out here. I'd say civilizations. I guess they are just a bunch of moles digging around randomly in little caves that no one can go into other than them, as well as, a bunch of guys who just hide in the forest all day. Hardly a civilization, but no, it seems peaceful here. Oh yeah, you can see Zelda over there. Why didn't the Dows pick her up? Doesn't matter. Now that we're in the future, this door opens. You can't go outside in the past. That would be, heresy. Wait, what are we doing? Yeah, what the fuck are we doing? I thought I had the Triforce. It's on the back of my hand. Is this whole section also a Triforce hunt? I forgot about that shit. I had no idea going in what exactly the point of this is. All I knew is that you go is that you go to the forest, you go to the volcano, you go to the other place, and you do a bunch of things. And I think there's like one more trial in Skyloft itself. And then I think you go to the dungeon, and then basically after that the game's over. And it's like a perfectly fine dungeon, but probably one of the worst ones of the game. Probably not as bad as second volcano or the first dungeon of the game, but probably the 3rd worst dungeon of the game. I remember the last dungeon being kind of low-key confusing. Let's go up to Skyloft and see what's what. That was a long cutscene. I feel like I spent like 20 minutes, 30 minutes in there. That's, ridiculous. Let's go up to the sky and try to figure out what's the deal with the Triforce. We'll talk to NPCs and shit. I wish they just told us where we had to go, and then we could do the thing. But instead, they gotta make things hard for... No reason. Let's do a card. Did you hear about Nintendo the partner-focused Nintendo Direct announced for tomorrow? By the time of the VOD, of course, it might be out yet. It might be out already, but right now it's Tuesday, so yeah, it haven't happened yet. And yeah, well, this is the first time. Well, when the announcement hit, which was during my stream yesterday, I didn't notice. I didn't know until I ended the stream myself. But that was the first I'd heard about it. It's not like I'd heard rumors for weeks and weeks and weeks about a so-called Partners Direct from everyone's favorite, you know, rapscallion leakers. Anyway, I don't know. Partners Direct just are not exactly the hottest shit. Maybe there'll be something okay. Do you know anything about Triforce? I don't know if I don't care about your kid or anyone's kid in this game. So yeah, that's coming out. I have my doubts that they'll be much good at that Partners Direct. Partners Directs are like are like filler directs, honestly. Hello, Hana 82. How you doing? 82? Yes. These people are all looking for a little girl. I'm different. I'm looking for a Triforce. I really don't care about this little girl. I'm actually looking for the everlasting power source of the world. It's not that. That's not what it is. It's the power of the goddess. It's not Kooky. It's the Triforce. I want the Triforce. I don't care about Kooky. Kooky can rot as far as I'm concerned. I'm after the Triforce, everybody. I need someone to tell me where the Triforce is so I can go to the forest and, What? You have to find her to move on? That can't be true. No. Is that true? You have to find the girl? Okay, hang on, Pippet. Pippet has an idea. Okay, Pippet doesn't know. Is that true? Is that really true? Oh my. Oh my. I didn't. Well, let's ask the instructors. I must admit, I'm starting to think I might need a remlet of my own. What does that have to do with my little Mia? Mia's the dog thing. Well, crap. I didn't know there was a whole Skyloft section that we had to get into. I'll say I don't remember half of what this whole third act bloated section has. Where's the headmaster? Are we sure? Are you sure you're not messing with me? Kinda. Hang on, let's talk to the Grandmaster. Is he gonna say like, well, listen, the Triforce is very important, but what about little Kooky? Oh, it's his daughter. Wait, no, his daughter is Zelda. Your daughter is alive, and she is stuck in time. She'll be fine. There's worse things to be stuck as than a crystal. She could be roaming around the world as a thoughtless being, you know, without any control over like how she acts or you know, she could have lost her mind and become some sort of beast. Imagine that. Nah, she's just in a crystal doing a good job, basically. There's more interesting ways to do this plot, I guess is what I'm saying. At night, a grave? I've been doing some thinking. I do wish to help. Share my thing. Yes, please, share knowledge. Where did I hear that word? Yeah, Impa or Zelda told me. I forget. It doesn't matter. Ancient texts say it. The actual location isn't illuminated in any of those tomes. Its whereabouts are lost to history. I bet it's in the 3 areas that we've been to twice already. At night, a grave will glow. Levias, the great sky spirit. Levias. Yes, he's in Thunderhead. He's trapped in there. Okay, cool. So we're going to... I remember this bit with the Cloudhead part. Thunderhead. I remember that. Feel like that's the thing. I'm not gonna find a little girl until such times as it actually seems 1000% required, I will say. We should probably also stop by the store. I must have... let me see. Do I have a potion? I have a fairy. Okay, actually, I'm pretty fucking good. I have... Everything's really repaired. Yeah, I have no problems here. Owlin. Owlin will know where to go. How goes your search for Zelda? Have you found her yet? Yeah, tell me about Levias. It's a monster. It looks like Levias, but he came rushing at me. Well, if only we could go to the past and talk to Levias when he was good. If only that were possible. Unfortunately, we cannot actually go anywhere in the past. That would be, impossible to do. Imagine if this game had puzzles where the solution was, go through the time gate and do something in the past. But apparently it's like Wind Waker, where you're stuck in the temple back there. For no reason. Unexplained. Why don't you go outside? I don't know. I still don't know why you don't go outside when you go back to the past. Do you do that at the end? I think you might do that at the end or something. Maybe you go back and you fight Demise in the past, and the pit is basically exactly the same or something. I forget. I will find out. All right. We're getting some move. Yeah, that's the end. Right, I thought that. It's been at least probably 10 years since I played the original. And when I got Skyward Sword HD a couple of years ago, I did replay most of it. But then I got to this point and I said, yeah, I think I'm good. I don't want to go through all this part just to get to the last dungeon. Which, yeah. Now this is going to be, on the other hand, a full playthrough, so we're going to fully play through. Oh great, it's a flying minigame. Let's try to do it in one go. I also have a number of cards which have things on them that I want to discuss. That's how I tend to structure to do my streams and such. I need to come at it from a different angle. It's weird that there's no, aerial combat in this game. Ever. Other than this and, a tutorial. I guess you can sail around the Skyloft Islands, but there's kind of nothing in them. They're kind of empty, mostly. It's unfortunate. A lot of this game feels like, oh yeah, like many of the Zelda games, it was kind of rushed and a little bit rushed out. But unlike most Zelda games that were rushed, like, say, Majora's Mask made in a year, Wind Waker had like 2 dungeons cut. This one, I don't think it really came together quite so cleanly. So is it 11 targets or 12 or... Oh, it's 10. Okay, good. First try. Glad to have done that. If you can control your bird that well, you'll have no problems at all. Ugh. Maybe the owner of the Lumpy Pumpkin might offer something. Every year he makes an offering. Go to the Lumpy Pumpkin. Oh, okay. So this might be the thing that you were saying. That finding a little kid is necessary. The Lumpy Pumpkin. I've never heard of the Lumpy Pumpkin. What is the Lumpy Pumpkin? Is this... No, that's not a store. Still really like this game, but it does feel unfinished. Yeah. I feel like they really needed to have a good look at what they were putting together and cut like half of it and focus on the dungeons and maybe not so much some of the cruft. This whole section, this Triforce Hunt type thing, the Triforce Hunt Redux, is, okay, I believe you. It was maybe a dungeon. There's an old man. He's at the Lumpy Pumpkin, to the east of here. How do I know which direction is east? Oh, it's gotta be to the, it's gotta be left of here then. East or north or this way. Right. That's what east is. Wait. It is the same every time, right? Okay, yeah. So. Is this the Lumpy Pumpkin? I have heard it said that the whole Skyloft thing sort of ended up being a very late in the development addition to the game. And as a result, they didn't have time to flesh it out or to flesh out the areas. But I don't know. To me, there's not really much excuse. The Lumpy Pumpkin is not in Skyloft. Oh, it's like a separate place. That is good to know. I was gonna check all these fucking buildings. They didn't say it was, not, you know, not here. Okay. Let's go find us a Lumpy Pumpkin. This looks like a Lumpy Pumpkin to me. Let's do another card. Another card. Did you hear about Super Kiwi 64? How Super Kiwi 64 got DLC a few weeks back. Super Kiwi 64, very lovely 3D platformer throwback from like a few years ago. Apparently got some free DLC like 4 weeks ago, about last month, basically. And it's like 2 levels. They're relatively short, though it can be hard to find all the shit in them, but yeah, it's fun. Fun to play that game again. That game's good. They added voice acting, which is weird. I don't really feel like that's very N64 to me, but each their own. I guess around that time you were getting some games that had corny, cheesy voice acting, like the likes of Conker's Bad Fur Day or Star Fox Adventures. Those are the 2 that come to mind to me, but there were more. Definitely gonna play more of that, but, you know, when I have time. It's good. Definitely recommend Super Kiwi 64. It was a hell of a fun game. And very light and fun platforming of a distinctly retro style. Yeah, tell me about the monster. There's a great big tree in the cemetery, middle of the night. Hit the gravestone nearest the tree, and the gravestone lit up. You push the gravestone, and this door to the storage shed opened all the way by itself. Monster went into the shed and closed the door. Okay, cool. Also, while we're here, let's see now. Really, you can break the chandelier. You know what? I'll say this character has a great character design. I like her hair. That's a good doing. I guess this game has perfectly fine character design in general, so it's not like unusual. Well, unlike I'll say I'm not the biggest fan of the Twilight Princess character designs, other than like Midna, and the wolf is cool looking wolf, but all the humans, ooh, not good. Characters in this, they look nice. It's a good looking game. Splits the difference between like realistic and cartoony in a way that works really well for Zelda. By this point in time, people were over that whole like, oh, you can't have a cartoony Zelda. Oh my god. At this point, everyone is like, no, we understand that cartoony is a style, and it actually is kind of cool to have such a style. No one is clamoring for every game to be realistic in the manner of like a Call of Duty now. Ridiculous thing. Ridiculous time in the past. How do you make it night? Because it's daytime right now. We just have to wait? We haven't even gotten to the part where we start our lap yet. Around the 3 different zones. Oh boy. Okay, here we are. Why did he push a gravestone? Sleep in the Night Academy? Thank you for the tip. That is a good idea. Here's another card. Laptop update. I've mentioned before on the last stream, I just got a new laptop, which is a fancy one, in that it has like a very like fancy new feature that laptops don't have, other than basically this one, in that the keyboard, I'm trying to do stuff with one hand. The keyboard comes off. Okay. The keyboard comes off, and then it has 2 screens under it, which is pretty novel, pretty cool, and also the keyboard goes right back on, and keyboard goes right back on magnetically, and just is a regular laptop when you need it to be, basically, which is pretty cool. Been setting it up all weekend, but like I said yesterday, the real test would be bringing it into the office and trying to use it to do, like, work and stuff while, on 2 screens, which, pretty cool in theory. I will say it was a bit of a trick getting the, remote desktop software to work with it. Also, using the like, office Wi-Fi, turns out, maybe causes performance issues with the remote desktop thing that they have. I don't know if that's like a I don't know how good the Wi-Fi is at work, honestly. And maybe it's a little bit, what are we doing? We're sleeping, yeah. Maybe it's a bit, spotty, but so far so good. It was nice to use. It was nice to have a two-screen solution when I wanted to, and I think it's gonna be pretty cool whenever I want to, say, do some sort of multitasking thing at work, like, you know, have one thing on one screen and put another thing on another screen and do some work that way. Two screens is kind of how you want to do in general. So just having the laptop means that I have more options as far as like, oh yeah, I could go to a nice common area or a quiet part of the office and just sit down, set up, pop that all out, and there you go. Definitely getting used to it. I will say I have had some weirdness with it, but I will say part of it is maybe my fault. I realized one thing I was having an issue with, which is that I was having an issue with, I was trying to install StarCraft 2. I was trying to install, like, all the Blizzard games that I have on my computer. Which is to say I have, StarCraft 2 and Heroes of the Storm, even though I haven't played Heroes of the Storm in years. I still would like to have it installed because, I don't know, I like to have every game that I reasonably like. And I might one day have the urge to play. Anyway, that's not important. It was stopping me from doing so, and what I realized was the problem was that I had the very smart idea to replace my Documents folder with a Google Doc backup of a Documents folder and use Symlinks to replace it in place with a backup, which turns out causes issues. So I undid that. In retrospect, I don't even use Documents folder that often, so probably is a bad idea to just replace it in place with a copy from another computer that is, you know, Google Drive based. It's like actively updating. And as a result, the permissions can be a little bit funky. I will say, I'm having a little bit of funkiness with that whole business, with that Symlink thing that I'm trying to do so that I can keep my laptop and PC all in sync, but mostly it's working. I will say there was one... There's the shit opening. There was one thing where the computer did freeze for a bit, but again, that might be a weird thing with my Google Drive setup, not necessarily the PC itself. So far, the ASUS Zenbook Duo, which is what it's called, seems pretty good. It ran StarCraft 2, Overwatch, everything that I tried reasonably well. It had a good frame rate. It was full resolution. It was very playable. I could see just playing like Overwatch 2 on my laptop on my lap while watching TV. Like, that is a thing I could do if I really wanted to. Or I could just play it on the PC in one window and one monitor and use the other one for video. So it's not really the most... It's not really the most relevant thing in the world, but whatever. Who the fuck is this dude? A scream as loud as you can game. He is a monster? Okay. This adorable little girl is the only one who didn't let loose a blood-curdling scream. She has been visiting me. I want to become friends. What the fuck is this? Hey! I have absolutely zero memory of this guy. No one has talked about Battrue ever. It seems that when humans make other humans happy, the happy humans will produce a substance known as a gratitude crystal. That's not true. No. No, we do not create crystals, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, that's just not true. Okay. What the fuck is this? Also, you're like missing. Go tell your parents that you're not missing. She's been looking for you for like 2 weeks. For like 3 weeks. You'll be back in the morning? Fuck you! What are you talking about? What the hell is this gratitude crystal bullshit? Oh, man. I thought this was just gonna be the flooded forest, the volcano stealth, and whatever desert has. I forget what desert has. I fucking forgot. There's a huge Skyloft section. What the hell? We're after... It's a side quest? It's a side quest? Okay. Okay, it's a side quest. It's a side quest. So what do I need to go to... So I don't need to do that to do the, to do the thing then. To do the thing, okay. Let's see what my sword says. Sword. What is our objective, sword? Yes. Oh, the owner! Not the drunk. We need to talk to the owner, not the drunk. God damn it. We've been, Where's my bird? Where's my bird? My bird sleeps at night, I guess. I guess my bird sleeps at night? My mistake. Go make it day. Here's another card. Modern trackpads are pretty good, aren't they? Last time I had a laptop was basically over 10 years ago. Well, maybe like exactly 10 years ago. Actually, it was like 2013, something like that. 2012, like 10 years ago. Tail end of 2012 or 2013, something like that. But back then, trackpads were just, you moved around with the finger, and you had like 2 terrible buttons at the bottom, one for left, one for right, which was not exactly great. Nowadays, I tried it out with the new PC. They got like a bunch of multi-touch commands built in to them, which actually makes them relatively usable. Relatively usable now. You can do like you just tap to click rather than having one thumb on like a mouse button and another finger to do like cursoring. You just literally just tap, and that's it. And like a 2-finger tap to do right click, and you can map a 3-finger tap to do a middle click, which, hey, that all pretty much works. I will say, obviously, I would still say entirely inferior to a mouse, and for the most part, I will be taking a mouse around with me as I use my laptop. Yeah, side quest. Okay. What was I saying? Obviously still inferior to a mouse, but I was actually kind of impressed using that and realizing like, oh, this is actually way more usable. Like, and the way that it can do like app switching with some commands and with some like gestures, that's just low-key cool, actually. It's actually in some ways more convenient than a, I'm going the wrong way. More convenient than a Alt-Tab in a lot of ways, which surprises me that that's the case, but there you go. I think I'm gonna set it up so that it's disabled while I have a mouse plugged in. But I do think it is better than hunting and pecking. It is better than just using your finger on the touchscreen part of the laptop. Oh, and by the way, both the screens on my laptop are touchscreens, and they're 3K, and it has a Ultra 9 processor. It's pretty well spec'd out, I'll say. The one thing about it that I'm not sure about is how do I have to worry at all about it getting really hot or its fan running really loud? It is, I guess, not too loud, but, you know, compared to the PC, which is dead silent because I have it liquid cooled, it is, you know, not silent when it's playing the game, which does make me go like, oh, I don't know. I probably don't have to worry, though. It'd probably be fine. It's a powerful thing, and from my understanding, they put a lot of work into how it cools itself, since apparently touchscreens hate heat, so they had to have the bottom screen work differently as far as the cooling solution goes. Neat stuff. Neat stuff. One more thing on my mouse before we... on my laptop. I've been shopping around for a new mouse. I originally had a mouse that was just basically the same as my PC mouse, and then I realized it was very confusing when I was using both of them at once, and I had to basically look at the mouse to see which one I had grabbed without looking. Not exactly ideal. So, I ordered some other ones, like this one. It's a Pebble. This is about the most traditional mouse that I tried. But basically, in first impressions of the Pebble, it seems like a regular mouse, but not as good, and like only marginally smaller. You can see it's kind of basically the same size, except flatter, which isn't a good thing in a mouse, honestly. But also, I tried some more ridiculous designs. Like, I saw the way that Surface mice were designed, and then I realized the downsides of that, but looked into some of the clones that sort of look adjacent, where it's like, oh, it's like Surface shaped, but instead of the surface motion, I'm over here. It like rotates and turns from an on to an off state, which seems good. Only problem is, like, this one's the Dell one. You can see it has, like, a touch middle mouse wheel thing. Doesn't have a middle click. Dead on arrival. Here's another ridiculous mouse that I tried out. You see that's kind of square-shaped? That's because it slides out like this. The top slides back, and that sort of makes it sort of, slides out sort of like a flip phone, or not like a flip phone, like a Motorola chocolate, or what the fuck, what brand was my chocolate back in the day when I had chocolate? That's right, I had chocolate. That was like my first cell phone that I ever had. I forget who made that, but it's kind of like that. Again, no middle click, so dead on arrival. No middle click, it's not a mouse to me. I kind of low-key like the Lenovo one, which is another one that twists. You can see it's perfectly flat, and it's untwisted form, and then it twists into this shape, which is surprisingly usable. Surprisingly usable for a mouse. The only problem is it didn't copy the Surface design where when it's in this state, it's off. Instead, when it's in this state, it's still connected to the PC, which means that the trackpad is still disabled. And it has like a laser pointer, which I don't need. Really, I would rather this just be off. If this was off, and that was that, this would be a perfectly good thing that I would use, but I don't think I've found the one yet. I'm going to continue shopping around. I ordered a used Surface from the time where they were Bluetooth, and a Surface mouse that before... Surface Arc Microsoft mouse from the time when they had Bluetooth, but also buttons. So I'll see if that fits my needs. If it doesn't have a middle click, it's dead on arrival though, so look out. I got it used, so I can't return that one. These all are going back. Maybe this one might stay if I can't find anything better than this, but I'm hoping to find something better than this that is also somewhat unique. Shopping for things is fun. Let's talk to the person. You're the proprietary? Yeah. Oh, we were here before, and I thought he was just asking me if I wanted to get a drink. And I was like, I'm not here for you. I'm here for the drunkard, I think, who knows about monsters and probably Levias. Different monster. Different monster. Alright, soup is gonna be delivered. Alright. New laptop's coming along well. Is that a pumpkin? It looks more like a pumpkin than pumpkin soup. Oh, great, the fucking robot's back. Okay, it's time for another mini thing. Thunderhead stuff. Let's go. I hope the part where we go down to the surface and do a bunch of stuff goes really smoothly. I feel like next week would be a great time for the series to end. Especially because I say the series, the playthrough. I want to finish next week if I can. At this point, I feel like I've given up on the thought like, oh, maybe this will all go really fast. Maybe we'll get to the dungeon. Maybe we can even have enough time to do the dungeon if we get there in like 2 or 3 hours. I don't think so at this point. I feel like the dungeon is like 3 or 4 hours away. I mean, nothing's stopping me from going all night other than the fact that I have work in the morning. But it's a work from home. I work from home tomorrow, so I can sleep right up until work starts, so that is always a boon. And also why streams are now on the days that they are. Tuesdays and Fridays. Could also do a Thursday one, since Friday is a work from home day, but sticking with 2 for now. We'll see if that change is anytime soon. Maybe after I get new apartments sorted out. I'll be doing a whole big move next month, so that is just a whole bunch of stuff that's coming down the pipe that I will have to be thinking about and worrying about, and oh yeah, complicates things, you know? Here's another card. Follow up on French Revolution anecdote I was trying to remember on Friday. Talleyrand. That's right, I was trying to remember. Before that stream, I had made a mental note to talk about a cool dude from the French Revolution, and then I completely blanked on what that was in the moment. And later on, I remembered and said, "Oh yeah, I was going to talk about Talleyrand, who was just this very, very colorful figure, and who at the same time represented all that was wrong with the clergy in the ages before the French Revolution, but also he was like a standout figure in the French Revolution for obvious reasons. Dude was a clergyman, but he was a drunk, an atheist, and a gambler, and also instead of getting like drummed out because of those things, he was actually just continued to fail upward because he was nobility. And when the French Revolution took up, he, was very eager to be like, oh yeah, fuck the church. Let's go ahead. Yeah, no more tides, no more nothing. I agree with everyone. saying that the church is bad. Me, a churchman, I can say that. And, it's very funny seeing, I'll say it by the way also, I had been thinking about this on account of I've been re-listening to Revolution's podcast. Very cool podcast that goes through the history of various revolutions. It's all finished now, but extremely good series. Where's this guy? Extremely good series, and has some very fun figures that pop up and, you know, are colorful in the way that they cut a swath through history. Where the hell are we going? Where's our... Where do we deliver our pot of water? Is it the rainbow? Another thing related to revolutions, I'll say, I've been re-listening to it. I finished the Haitian Revolution, and I started the Spanish-American Wars of Independence and all that. And they've been pretty good, pretty neat. I'll share a thing that I think is neat about that whole era of history, which is that a big part of it has to do with the Napoleonic Wars, which of course has everything to do with the French Revolution and the Haitian Revolution as well to a degree. In that, at a certain point, Spain, which of course was big, colonized like most of South America, right? Spain fell, and suddenly there was no king, other than like, oh hey, there's you know, Napoleon. There's Napoleon's brother who now reigns in Spain, but everyone in Spanish America was like, yeah, no, we're not going to give you money, and everyone started being autonomous in that time, just out of necessity, and well, it turns out when everyone starts making their own decisions for themselves, it becomes harder to come back and say like, hey, we're back, and we need to stop being independent now because the king is back, and it's time for the peninsularies, you know, the people from Spain proper, to run the show again. Even though for a time, the peninsula was not there. I will say also worth noting that Brazil and Mexico aren't covered in this series on because as I understand it, I actually don't know, it's not a revolution, but Brazil had a similar thing, except their royal family fled to Brazil, so it sort of became the seat of Portuguese power for a while. Just the official place where the royal family lived in the New World in Brazil, so kind of different when the people that you swear fealty to come and live with you. You don't really get independent from them, it's just that, you know, they recognized that their power base wasn't in Europe anymore. And that was kind of the case also with the New World, Spanish, New Spain and all that. New Spain at a certain point really was an order of magnitude larger than Spain, especially when Spain fell, and for a time there wasn't really a Spain, just a bunch of guys saying like, yeah, we're from Spain, and well, Napoleon kicked us out of Spain, but we think we're still the sovereign here. We don't have the support of the king, but we're like guys from Spain who are like organizing local resistance. Anyway, can this whole huge empire give us money? And the whole huge empire said, no, we're all gonna be equals now, how about that? And that wasn't good enough. It's interesting shit. And a lot more nuanced than I remember. Hey, where the fuck is this guy? Oh, funny island with, you have to land on it though. I was going to talk to You picked an odd place for soup delivery. Man, I landed on every other fucking island. I landed on every other fucking island and you said nothing. I didn't pick this place, you did. Fuck you. I chose. I did not do that. No such thing. We're like an hour and a half in, nearly, and we're just getting to this part. I feel like if I knew what I was doing and remembered what I had to do there, probably could have gotten through that whole part a lot faster. Alright, let's fight Levias. I assume we fly and don't, like, fire arrows at him. Wasn't I supposed to get an ability that made me, like, hit... Or was it Y to go fast? I thought it was like a supercharge, but it seems to be pretty much my normal charge. Go figure. This is a pretty easy boss fight. If this first phase is it. He's just got some parasites growing on him. Oh man, this would be a great place for a dungeon. Like if you had to go inside the skyfish and it was like Jabu Jabu but like sky themed, but like wind. Oh man, they should have put a dungeon in the sky other than the last one, which is not really a sky dungeon so much as a compilation dungeon. That'd be cool. I guess the thing is with this game, there's a million things they could have done. Some of the things that they did are pretty cool, so give them that. Okay, fight on the back. Weird parasite. I wish we had to go inside Levias and do a whole dungeon. And also that there were not the parts where you go around to the other parts. What this game needed was for someone to say, okay, well, we don't have time for this, but what if we didn't do that part? And then you could have time for other parts. What if there was no swimming minigame? Oh, this is tennis. No, this isn't tennis, this is baseball. Maybe I should, instead of doing the bow and arrow, just like, bat it back this way. Yeah, that's safer. I remember when people said of this game, like, oh yeah, you have to use strategy to figure out, like, which way you have to wave. And, when. I guess the thing was, with, motion controls, you would have to time this or else your arm would die. Whereas with thumbstick controls, you can really just really tap, tap, tap. And it's perfectly fine. How many hits does this guy take? Okay, yeah, easier at a certain point just to shoot him. Though you gotta sidestep the schnot. Well, that was kind of a fun boss. That was one of the better bosses in the game. This area should have been like a dungeon. Either go inside the dude as like a throwback to Jabu Jabu, or that temple that's like in the snow cloud, that's in Thundercloud here, could have been an actual temple with like dungeon stuff inside. I guess the takeaway for like any Zelda game before Breath of the Wild and Skyward Sword would be, and Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom would be, yeah, more dungeons, less bloat. But always the challenge was like, oh well, we ran out of time for dungeons, so instead we put in some bullshit that everyone hated, just to make the playtime a little longer. Don't do that. Just take out the bloats and hone it down a little bit. Hey, Levias. How's it going? Yep, that's right. Listen closely. You're going to have to go to the 3 areas and do a thing in each of them. She had the Triforce within the Rocky Trial Skyloft. However, its location is a secret. It's in the whole, it's in the big statue. Gotta split the song into 4 parts. She entrusted 1 part to me, and the other 3 to the dragons of the land. Okay, now we need to start. Now we need to go. So, a thought occurs to me. Is this like open worldy? Is this like we can do this in any order we want? We got the song right also, by the way. Did we get the song part? Where would we see that? Oh, hang on. Do we need to learn the song before we leave? You can't land on anything but his cap. This instrument really sucks also. Another thing that they should not have done. Game didn't need an instrument, and I don't remember how it was on the original Wii, but dedicating a whole button to it, kind of absurd. Well, that took some time. Oopsie daisy. I'm just gonna make absolutely sure I don't need to take my harp out on this dude. Make absolutely sure I don't need to take my harp out on this dude and to learn the song. Oh, he's gonna be last. He wants last. You can just teach me the song now, it's fine. I don't need to come back and do a thing. Okay. That is the windfish part of this whole thing. I did remember that there was something annoying with the windfish. Vaguely. I'll say that. I had some memory of this whole section, but mostly it was just, yeah, there's gonna be some sort of fight with him. I didn't remember the whole detail of pumpkin soup, nor did I remember having to talk to everyone just to figure out how exactly it was all supposed to play out. That is bothersome. Now it's time to go to each of the 3 areas in turn and do a thing. You know, we are only like 2 hours in, hour and a half in. These things could go not too long. Maybe they'll be relatively painless. I remember the forest one being really bad though, and that's the one we're going to now. Maybe it'll be painless. Maybe it'll be short. Maybe with an actual controller, it won't be too shitty. Maybe we'll just be able to swim and collect notes without going, "Ha!" A report master. Yes, there's water. It's all flooded. So you're going to have to land behind the temple and then go do a thing. It's time for the flooded forest. Also time to save. Oh. I was very, very tired before the stream, I'll say. Like an hour ago, I was practically like, oh, I feel like I could use a nap. Didn't get much sleep last night. But then I didn't nap and instead watched anime, and I played some Marvel Snap, and then I said, okay, I'm ready to go. A stream. Something about a stream. Adrenaline or something. It wakes you up a little bit. How the fuck do I get? Hey, buddy, do you know how I get to the forest? I could play a song for them, sure. Okay, never mind. Doesn't matter. Fuck that. Why is the door locked? One obvious change I would make in this game. Fairly obvious change. I would make it so that the last part of the game, or maybe the second to last part of the game, was in the past. Revisiting these areas, but like 100 years ago, would be more interesting than revisiting them in the present twice. Like, that is not as good, and just comes off as such a missed opportunity. I'll say, I love Wind Waker, but it is the same way, in that, like, yeah, the whole Hyrule Under the Sea is such a missed opportunity as well. So many missed opportunities between this Twilight Princess and even Wind Waker, sadly. Though, I love Wind Waker, and I would even put it above Ocarina, personally. That is the extent to which I love it, you know? So I'm not saying any shade on Wind Waker. Just that it's not number one. Do we have to do them in a certain order? We can't go past the blast and go outside. That's right, we are doing a thing. Don't tell me we have to do it in a certain order. Hey, what are we doing? Are we just doing it in any order we please? She doesn't say if we have to do it in a specific order. Maybe we have to hit a switch. Open. Open, goddammit. Why? What's going on? I know. I don't care. Can we go land somewhere else? I would like to land somewhere else. Card. No. Let's figure out what we're doing, and then we'll do a card. Because yeah. We really can only land. Oh, you know what? I bet it is. I bet we have to come back later because I'm pretty sure when you land, you just go right into the water. She's gonna complain I didn't... Oh, fuck you! Fuck you! That's one demise too many. We just fought him! Okay, no forest flood right now. First, we gotta fucking do this shit. I knew that you fought this guy too many times, and I was kind of going through the previous 6 dungeons thinking like, yeah, he hasn't shown up yet, huh? I guess it's all backloaded into this abysmal stretch of the game where they just thought the game doesn't take long enough. Let's just go ahead and stretch it out. Stretch it out. Here's a card. I got a Bocchi the Rock figurine. It finally arrived. I ordered it from the Animate shop a ways back. It is based on the actual thing that they used in the anime at one point, which was an actual clay model type thing. It is exactly that, and it even came with some weird standees that are like 2D models of the guys that also appeared in that scene, which I didn't realize, and I think is kind of cute. It's a very cute little thing. I can't wait to look at it and enjoy it as like the one anime figurine I have. It's very neat because it's a actual thing they use for real in the show, kinda. Based on that anyway, which is damn neat and really cool. It has a real good feel to it. It's kind of clay looking. It has a seam on the top. I'm not sure if the original one did. But, yeah, I'm really happy with this thing. I think it's rad. And, I have been thinking I would like to bring it into the office and, look at it and then take it back home because you can't keep things at the office in my office. But it'd be nice to have on my desk, on my temporary hot desk, and then to take home with me. I guess the question would be, would I want to shuffle back and forth something this cool every day? I think the answer is probably just a few times. Probably just when I really need it. When I really need a Bocchi. But it's good. It's a cool thing. Let's fight this fucker. Wow, that was... I guess I should wait until he actually does something. Part of this boss is it's just... This sucks, is it's just generally shitty to fight. Wow, those shockwaves block our fucking arrows. And also the arrows are not enough to, even charged up enough to kill the little noodles. Go ahead and do another shot, dude. Wow, that was a useless bomb. Not enough time for me to get one reverse toe. Crap. What is it? I know I should avoid the shit and hit his toes. I understand that much. Oh, I should probably just do the thing where I come on from above. That's right. Oh, Jesus. The way this is all set up is annoyingly inconvenient. Rule of 3. They made a mistake in making you fight this boss 3 times. It's... Well, at least that time he fell down into the bottom. I'm glad we fought the last phase last stream rather than starting on the last on the previous fight. Oh, but I bet I'll have to fight him. I bet we'll have to fight him again before this is all over. Before even the next dungeon. I will 100% bet. You should have planted more bomb plants. More of those big bomb plants, Bruce. I guess at the time, this was the same time that they did shit like the... They did the, This was the same time they did that, that part of, This was about the same time they did that whole, what's that game called? Spirit Tracks slash, what is that boat game called on the DS? There's Spirit Tracks and then there's Phantom Hourglass. That whole repeating dungeon. At the time, they were all hooked on the idea of like, oh, we'll have some content and we'll make you do it like 5 times. This is gonna be great. This is gonna be great. We have to, we don't have to do, we make one piece of content and then it gets reused 5 times. Perfect. But the problem was like, wait, but what if the content is bad? Oh no. Crap. Oh crap, we made it so that you have to redo the bad part of the game 12 times. Oh Jesus. The part that all the reviewers and everyone who plays it says is dog shit. People all know that Phantom Hourglass is crap, right? I don't know. It seemed like at the time some people liked it. And I think the reason was the touchscreen controls, they all worked. But the game was bad because all it was is a bunch of crap between each dungeon. The dungeons were good as well. Problem was, it took so long to get to each dungeon, and also there was the recurring stealth dungeon that was absolute putrid shit. I'll say, in a ranking of Zeldas, Twilight Princess is like maybe... I'm sorry, Skyward Sword is unfortunately maybe the bottom of the 3D ones, but most of that is because there's like there's no entirely bad 3D Zelda. They're all good to great, right? Or best in class good, right? Whereas the 2D Zeldas, little more mixed. Little more mixed. I'll say Skyward Sword is better than Spirit Tracks, Phantom Hourglass. I think it is better than Link's Awakening. What else is there? I think it's better than Four Swords Adventures. That's debatable, but Four Swords Adventures does have some confusing stuff in it. I recently tried to replay it, and I just got really fucking stuck in, like, the second level, and it's just like, okay, there's no way I'm getting through this. I guess, I said recently that there had been no full playthroughs that had been, stopped before I finished. I guess that isn't true. Four Swords Adventure was, stopped in its tracks, and, BioShock was as well. I mentioned BioShock last time, but I forgot that Four Swords Adventures was, aborted. Yep, don't worry about it. Okay, Groose is gonna fire us into the forest. Cool, that works. All right. This is a section of the game. I'll say this game, honestly, outside of this section, which so far is just as bloated as I remember. Hell, I didn't remember any of the bloat so far. The first bloat that I remember is just about to happen, and we're 2 hours in. There's 2 whole hours here of bloat that I completely forgot. Mostly forgot. I remembered that there was a whale, but I honestly thought the whale was maybe after the rest of the bloat. This part is just as bad as I remembered it being, but the rest of the game has actually been reasonably well paced. There are some parts that go a little over long, like the part where you had to revisit the first dungeon. That was not a good part of the game, but most of the other areas have been pretty okay. Well, the part where you had to escort the guy was really annoying, and perhaps the worst escort mission in a video game that I know of, that I've had the unfortunate pleasure of suffering through, but the rest of that section was pretty fast, and the dungeon was good, and all in all, it didn't take that much time. A lot of this game is redeeming itself in my eyes, but this part is just like... They made something that's worse than Triforce Quest. And the game already was not as good as Wind Waker to start with. One of the reasons why the Triforce Quest, I think, gets forgiven in Wind Waker is that it's after all the good stuff. So, you know, you don't really need to see the ending every time you play the game. You can just end right as soon as the Triforce Quest begins, and you've done all the dungeons and all the really good stuff in the game. The other reason I think it gets forgiven is because Wind Waker is immaculate up to that point. It is basically a perfect video game. Wonderfully stylish, the plot is good, the writing is good, the world is imaginative and cool. There's like mystery going on. the dungeons all do kick ass, which is also true about this. And it doesn't have that much bloat up to that point where apparently they thought that the Triforce had to be a whole thing to get. But this part, ooh. Flooded forest, let's go. The woods, I need to see the dragon. Okay, water came out of the base of the tree. Oh, Jesus, right. You can't breathe underwater. And spinning makes you consume your air. Fuck. Oh, man, that sucks. This all sucks. This is terrible. Let's see what's in the tree. And, I'll say I'll probably pop some cards. And we'll talk about what's on them. I remember this part being one of the worst parts in a Zelda game that I have seen. If not the worst part. So, I'm not exactly looking forward to this. I'm like low-key dreading this part of the game. I've only done it once, I suppose, because, you know, I played it once originally. At this point, when I played the remake, the HD, a few years ago, I quit instead of doing this area. Instead of doing, like, the last 2 hours of content, honestly. And, yeah, I'm not sure I was wrong in making that decision. At least the Triforce quest is relatively straightforward. Well, that's not true. Some stuff you have to look up. A lot of it is just dungeons that you do, and they're the same. They're basically just like copy and paste deals. Where this is like, they came up with unique scenarios, and they're all bad. And unique things to just extend the game out by 2 or 3 or 4 hours. And they probably shouldn't have done. Why are you mad? That is true. Yes, that is right. I have the spirit of the goddess. I'm hitting B right now, and it does nothing until it's halfway done, at which point it can fully do it. It's confusing because sometimes you gotta know to stop mashing if you're trying to make it fill up fast. How do speedrunners do it? Well, actually, they just keep mashing. They don't care if they read it. Can't give it away. I want to hear the melody. I flooded the whole woods to kill all the monsters. It's not a good thing to do. This dragon, I don't think they, I don't think that that's a good reason to flood the whole place. But whatever, man, you do what you want. God, I hope this is gonna be quick. I hope we just swim a little bit. This is gonna be a whole swimming around the whole place and getting some dumbass notes, and it's gonna be timed, isn't it? How many are there? Jesus Christ. That's so many. Wonder this area is, loathsome. Well, at the very least, they're gonna be in groups like that, okay. Okay, that's fine, that's fine. And hey, this is HD now, so we should be able to see them from farther away, which is a mercy. Explore this whole area. They're all over the place. Good luck. The hell? Some of them are just stray, wandering around. Also, the slime was unaffected by the whole flooding thing. There's also those fishes that were there in the watery areas. There are water enemies that you have in your domain, so good luck having that help, I suppose. The hell is that? Purple. Let's find out what that purple is. If this was like Zora swimming, rather than slow as molasses swimming, it'd be better. I feel like I can swim faster than Link swims here. And I understand the reason, which is that, also you can hold, you don't have to tap. Okay, that's good to know. I feel like I found that out last week, or last time I swam, also. Also, is it just me, or is holding actually, like, a bit faster? The reason is, it's, motion controls on the Wii, so they had to slow it down to make it controllable, and I don't think they succeeded back then. How about a time? How about, a card? Watch too much anime all at once on Sunday. Yeah. A lot of anime on Sunday. I was sort of really fucking behind in all my shows that I had been watching. Oh, Jesus. Okay, these are just guys I'll have to fight. It's fine. It's not like I have to tower defense them. So watched a whole bunch of fucking anime on Sunday because I got really behind over the weekend. Didn't watch any shows on, practically any shows on Friday or Saturday, so I basically I have like 6 Friday shows, 6 Saturday shows, and 6 Sunday shows, which seems good considering that that's the weekend and I have all the time in the world, but, you know, with a stream yesterday taking up most of it, I figured like, okay, I need to get on that. I need to do this. I need to get it done. And as a result, I was just like watching anime for like 4 hours, 5 hours, 6 hours on Sunday until like late. With occasional breaks to like set up my laptop a little bit or to noodle around with something. Which makes it go longer if I get distracted and say like, I want to see a clip of Norm Macdonald, or say, oh, there's a great bit from Futurama that I want to see right now. I am definitely regretting sticking with some of the shows that I locked in for this season. I probably could have cut like 3 or 4 of them, and they were trending in a bad direction. And they have continued to trend in that direction. And even the ones that are just okay, when you have 6 shows, that's too many. You need to get better at just saying no. And being like, okay, well, this one seems perfectly okay, but it's very forgettable and very average, and at most, it'll probably get a 3 out of 5. But can it really deserve that if it's boring? No. It helps and hurts that I have gotten really good at multitasking while I do anime. And I'll say with the new laptop, Sunday especially, I reached new heights where I was laptop in lap, trying to set things up on the laptop while there's another guy over there. Setting things up on the laptop, doing like some... Oh, you have to get them all in at once, huh? I was setting things up on the laptop while watching anime, and at a certain point I was like, okay, let me try to do some Overwatch or something like that real fast while watching anime. Ridiculous. As much as I'm able to do Marvel Snap, which, you know, involves making a move and then waiting until the opponent makes the move and then seeing what happens. As much as I can do that while watching anime. Where's the other one? What? It may be possible to do Marvel Snap and anime at the same time without too much issue. This is annoying. But an active shooter, multiplayer where you can't pause, and there are no pauses to be had, that's a little harder, but I was mostly doing it during these shows where I am not too interested. I'll say, I do sometimes wonder, like, well, if I'm not paying full attention to a show, how can I say it's confusing and that it doesn't make sense? And I think it's very easy to say that, like, well, it lost my interest, and then... Well, it lost my interest first, before I started doing something else at the same time. And a good show would be good enough where it's like, okay, it's serious time. It's time to put aside the stuff. And I'll say, obviously, anime is like a weird case because you have to, especially if you're watching sub, pay very close attention to every line practically. You know, and look at the screen every couple of seconds. But that is also the case with non-subtitled media, like watching regular-ass TV shows. There's some TV shows that you can just watch in the background and enjoy as you're doing a thing. And there's TV shows, there's times in some TV shows where you put the laptop down, you put the iPad down, you put the phone down. And I say you, I do. My family also has this problem. Everyone, I probably think, has this problem. We're watching stuff, we'll be all doing stuff on our devices, or, well, my ma has like an actual excuse. She's like grading papers or something, doing work. She's like a teacher and shit. She's working on stuff as we're watching stuff. Me and my dad, less excuse, but pretty much the same sort of thing. Are you gonna tell me that I can douse for this shit? Oh, that'd be handy, actually. I think there's just a handful left. You know what I'll say? I'll say that this is a lot less miserable and unwieldy with the much more usable, you know, regular controls. It is tedious as all hell. It is tedious as hell, though. And, I would like it to be over now. Anyway, There's a lot of anime I'll say that is stand out in that block. A lot of anime where I watch and like, oh geez, yeah, this is good. And a lot of shows where they're like okay, and also they have the disadvantage of being like right before some shows that are a lot better than them. And since I watch them in chronological order, it's like, okay, I'm gonna watch the tank, the most powerful tank raids, but he was banished from the hero's party right before watching Shangri-La Frontier, which is a show that kicks ass, and a few shows before watching Banished from the Hero's Party, which is a better version of that basic premise, and of course it predates it, so it's not like it's not, to be clear, Banished from the Hero's Party came out, it's like season 2 of that, but this is season 1 of Heretical Tank got banished from Hero's Party. But, of course, I can't account for which came first in manga, so who can say who was the first one? Probably the answer is, well, neither of them. Being banished from the hero's party has at some point become a trope. I don't notice it, but it did. They should have tried to make it so that their new banished show was not a day before. Hell, it'd be good to not be in the same season as the original Banished from the Hero's Party, considering that it's not as good. I guess I'll say that one, Tank Hero's Party, focuses a lot more on the action and the rating, whereas Banished from the Hero's Party is much more about saying, you know, getting fired from a job and then living and retiring to like a countryside where you have a slow life, and then eventually the guys what laid you off come back and beg you to help them. That's basically the fantasy of Banished from the Hero's Party. Which is a cool fantasy. I wish it was more about, I wish it kept being about chilling and relaxing, honestly. The more it's about just like hanging out and taking the mellow vibes, the more it's good. The more it's about like, whenever it gets into like an action arc, it's just not as good. How do I break this loose? Don't have like boots or anything, like heavy boots. You would think that it'd be jump on it like this. I tried that, to no effect. Swear I landed on it even. Anyway, I'll say overall, solid anime season. There's some good stuff out. Some stuff that's definitely like anime of the year here. Delicious in Dungeon. Gushing. Asterisk, very porny. Gushing is. Delicious in Dungeon is as good as expected. And I feel like every episode it gets even better. It's gonna be a hell of a season. What else is there? I think Tis Torture is a standout. There's a bunch of standouts this season, honestly. Bunch of really goddamn good shows. And I will talk about them all in turn during that Banjo-Kazooie stream. I don't know how many cards that Banjo-Tooie stream that's coming up. Which, I'll show the schedule here. I'm gonna do a stream in like 2 weeks where I try to do Banjo-Tooie in one go. Based on the hour count of my files of Banjo-Tooie, it seems very possible. It seems very possible that I can do it. My files are all at like 9 to 10 to 11 hours. So, I'm thinking a nice 10-hour stream where I do just that, and we get it done. Do I like make it run back and forth on it or something to make it tip over? I don't think there'll be that many cards. I feel like I'm going to be focused on the game, that sort of thing. That and generating a whole lot of cards for a 10-hour stream is hard. It's much easier to just say, okay, 10-hour stream, just talk about what's up generally and don't generate like 100 cards for it. But I will put together one of those anime hour things that I do where I talk about every anime in the season that I've been watching. I have managed to do a big stream every 3 months recently, and as a result, every season of anime has had an anime hour at some point in there, in one stream or another. And that's part of the reason why I want to do the Banjo Tooie stream, to put a big stream, a big event stream in this part of the year. But I think that'll be fun. My plan, my thoughts is that it could start, my dumb idea is that we could start the anime hour as soon as we see Bocchi. We see Bocchi in Hailfire Peaks, that's the start of the anime hour. And I presume we'll be getting to Hailfire Peaks, like, you know, in the mid-game, so we'll have an hour after that point. You know, you got Cloud Cuckooland, you got a whole lot of backtracking, surely, to do at that point. You're not that near to the end, just because you have all levels unlocked. Now what the hell do we do here? Oh, we need to climb up there and drop on it from a distance. That's it. I'm not thinking. It's been too long since we did the dungeon where you actually do this shit. And I forgot the conceit of, yeah, drop from above. Not like an inch, like a whole ways above. Kind of annoyingly out of the way, but go figure. We go through this hole. No, we can't do that. How do we get up there? Do we have to go through the tree? I was just in the tree, and I talked to a dragon, and the dragon said, go outside and do a thing. There's a couple big groups and a couple solos left. Brain numbing. This dragon, she floods the forest just for fun, and then says, you gotta please me in order to prove yourself. Fuck you. Just give me the fucking thing. Why do I have to do this shit? Why? There's no reason. Here we go. Out this door. There's no reason why any of this should be necessary, other than the dragon thought it would be funny. Not a very good reason to... Hey, these guys are still around. Good work, dragon. Right, they can also... That was the wrong one, and also... Fuck. Honestly, at this point, I'm afraid that a save and quit would start us over or some shit. I'm not gonna take that chance. Boy, this sucks. Another card. Was hit by allergies pretty hard the other day. Yeah, the other day I went out, hang out with my folks, and I went outside for a bit, you know, to like hang out with a dog. My dad's dog, you know. And apparently I shouldn't have done because there's pollen all outside, and hey, I had forgotten to take my allergy med that day. And oh, how I was fucked. I was completely fucked. I was just sniffling and sneezing and just wrecked. Just fucking wrecked by that crap. And I'll tell you, it's a miserable thing to have. At least when you have it as bad as I do. Like, jeez. You might know, I sometimes, you know, if you watch the stream, I sometimes sneeze multiple times. And usually that's just how I do. It's normal, it's fine, it's whatever. But when it's allergy-based, a lot of the time it'll just feel... Oh, wait, there's grapple hook things. Crap. It'll just feel very painful after. Or like, you know, after all the sneezes. For some reason, my muscles, like all across my body, from my shoulders to my back to my front to my arms, will just be fucking sore. And just super, super in pain. And the way it makes me, makes me go, ah! And there's kind of no remedy to it. Just, it is what it is. Great. Well, now I know there's a shortcut at least. Yeah, pretty miserable thing. I mentioned before I've been watching Breaking Bad, like once a week basically while I'm at my hanging out with my folks for weekend dinner type thing, like a Saturday dinner typically. And I was just too sniffly to really enjoy it this week, but we did watch like some pretty good episodes from the middle part of season 2, basically Tuco's whole thing, as well as Walter's whole fake story. Good arcs, but I will say the best parts of Breaking Bad are where they cook meth and where they're actively in the scene. The parts where they're ambivalent or fucking around or doing like other plot stuff for a couple episodes, it's good stuff and necessary for selling the whole plot and for purposes of the plot, but I definitely think it's not as compelling. I think next week we might be or whenever next I have dinner, might head into like some of the best parts, like mentioned on a previous stream. Yeah, Better Call Saul. I think that's one of the best. 4 Days Out. Ooh, that's a good one. The introduction of Mike and Gus and all that. Just really important times in the show where it gets a regular cast that measures up to that can live in the world with Walter and provide tension and stakes and, you know, survive. Whereas all the drug dealers from like the first season and a half are like just the kind of characters who would just try to kill Walter right away before even getting to know him. And, you know, there's no way Walter can have plot with those guys because they're just so incompatible that it's not even a conversation. It's just, oh no, we gotta do something here with this guy. No, Mr. White. multiple of them figure out like the connection between Walt and Hank, and it isn't until Gus Piers that and Mike and Saul where you get characters that are like, yeah, no, I understand, you got connections, but it's not like you're a traitor. No, you're actually a traitor the other way. You're fooling them, which is sort of our MO as well. So we understand and we're cool with it, and we're not gonna try to kill you for that reason. That's way too simple. It'll be something more complex, something that builds up, and what the fuck? There we go. Boxes. Goddamn. Something that builds over time, and something that is novel in a way that some of the earlier antagonists kind of aren't. Not to say that Tuco wasn't a fun villain, but it is well and good that he met his maker. He was shuffled off as fast as he was, because yeah, there was no way that was going to be a long-term relationship anyway, so might as well just tear the band-aid out there. We have one more group of notes left. This has been interminable, but it has at least been pretty mild, pretty whatever, not too frustrating. I haven't suffocated once or really been threatened by any of the enemies. I can see why I hated it. It's just so slow, and it feels like you're swimming in molasses, and the motion controls for swimming were bad. So, notes. Cannot vouch for the swimming controls with Joy-Cons. Just with Motion Plus was definitely bad. Maybe they're good now in this remake. But I can see why this would be exactly the sort of challenge where it's not really a challenge, it's just slowly swimming around an area that I've seen too many times already. There we fucking go. I hope that's it. Okay. Well, that was a song. Not a fantastic song. I'll say one more thing tangentially related to what I've been talking about for a bit here. First allergies and then a segue into Breaking Bad that was somewhat planned, you know, I'll say. I started rewatching The Wire. Was sort of in the mood for like a rewatch where I'm not like limited to one time a week. That said, I don't know with all the other things I'm watching as games I'm playing. I don't know when I'll have time for it, but I watched like 2 episodes of The Wire. And pretty damn good. I like the way it starts. McNulty is a great character from the jump, and the way it sort of builds up the team and starts to introduce... I'm really looking forward to the part where it starts to introduce the characters. Or not really the characters so much as the wiretapping. When they're just trying to do rips, it's just not good. It's not good television. Well, it's okay, but it's not compelling in any way. It's not interesting. Like, oh yeah, well, they just sort of try to take pictures of drug dealers doing drug deals and go from there and try to do like conviction. You know what? I'll take that back. There are interesting things even at the start. The red hat thing is really neat and a fun thing that what's his face does. The addict who is a sometimes snitch. The red hat is a very clever idea. And yeah. Looking forward to the parts though where it actually starts dealing with like, we got to infiltrate their network and figure out how exactly they're communicating. I feel like I've heard this song before. Isn't this just a regular Zelda song that's... It's like the main Zelda theme. It's, Link, we could save some time. Just go find the soundtrack CD, I don't know. Everyone's heard this song before. Imagine if, like, when you had to learn the bongo song that puts people to sleep, do do do, and the guy said, I don't remember the second half. Imagine if it was literally the Zelda theme, and you knew it's like, do 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 do, do 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 do. How does it go? I'll just teach you the first half. Do 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 do. Okay, and go talk to my baby child. He'll tell you the second half. And, yeah, it would be, it'd be weird. I like how the songs in Ocarina were never just, hey, it's the music from the game. No, they made, like, original music for it. And they were memorable and compelling and good songs that people were willing to memorize. I can't remember any of the songs from this. Okay, let's do Volcano Stealth next. That's my next on my docket. Volcano Stealth. I am assuming that at no point here it says, oh, you gotta go back and fight a guy. You gotta go back and fight a guy. It's time to go back and fight a guy. I do believe we go down into this light shaft. We'll drop directly into Volcano Stealth, and it'll be a whole sequence. Now, I will say, compared to Flooded Forest, Volcano Stealth is like okay. I would give it a solid thumbs up and say it's not bad. It's not bad. It is a little bit repetitive, considering that the last volcano thing in the overworld was a volcano escort mission where you had to avoid guys kind of in the same way. But at the very least, this has a unique spin on it. A little bit. You lose your items, it's a whole thing. Yeah, I remember that whole setup. I don't know if I remembered that or if I read it somewhere while I was looking for like details of when that would be. Originally, I thought that the water part and the Volcano Stealth were earlier in the game. I was, didn't remember what was first time and which was second time. I lost my sword, my holy sword. His time for Torture Princess also has a enchanted sword, a magical sword that talks. Funny overlap. That's a well-written show. I like that show a lot. That's plots. Well, I'm up to something. I'm not looking for the dragon. They swiped your stuff. That's right. I saw. Give me a... Yep. Thank you for the magma mitts. Oh, geez, more night crawlers. These 3 sections also, so far, it's kind of funny. They're also sort of like best of collections, where the first one sort of involves swimming, which was the main trick, which was one of the main things of the the stretch before the 4th dungeon. And this involves digging, which you got in the 2nd dungeon. Well, maybe this will be the only time you dig. We have no attack, so we gotta be very careful and avoid combat. Well, that does look really cool. I'll say that. And hey, they're actually using those towers to do scouting type stuff, to look for people. Why not? Hey. Yes, I understand. I see a chest. There's probably other chests as well. These chests have my stuff in it. Okay. I understand what we gotta do. Okay. I got it. It's a stealth sequence. Oh wow, it even tells us like which where our items are and what's in each of them. I'll just go ahead and mark them off then. This is sort of an interesting like you know, order of operations. A sort of Metroidvania type deal. Where we have to find each item, and each item is going to let us get to the next one, etc. They've been busy. Well, that'll be it. Okay, that's not it. Cool, okay. Not that. That looks like a way back here if we need it. Why would we want it? Guy over there, we don't want anything to do with him. I reckon, though, we have to slip past him somehow. Camera's not great. Okay, that's molten, so we have to... We can't, that guy goes and looks in a corner for a while, so we can totally slip past him. That's the play here. You just have to go behind him and be careful. How about another card? Think about what games to spend my time on in the near future. Yeah, thinking about what games I'm gonna be playing. I'll say like Persona 5 Reload, I think is the main one right now. As yesterday I did a whole... Go put your head in that corner. Yesterday I did a whole Game Pass stream where I tried out a bunch of Game Pass games, as y'all might or might not be aware. And yes, I see. And yeah, put in a good 4 hours into that Persona 3 Reload, and we'll continue doing so, I think. Before this stream, before I decide I'm really tired, I might need a nap. I played a little bit more of that game. I'm thinking it'd be good to try to do a little bit every now and again, and get through it that way. A little bit a day, like a couple in-game days, a little bit of the dungeon, that sort of thing. I will say, going back in, they haven't quite totally, completely Persona 5'd it. The dungeons are still pretty... The dungeon is still pretty much just a hallway that you run through without thinking too much about it. But it does have a lot of the quality of life stuff in, like, combat mechanics. I did get a little farther off stream now, and I got to the point where it unlocks the Baton Pass. The new Baton Pass thing, which is not called Baton Pass anymore. It's called Shifting. But it's still as cool a mechanic as it was in Persona 5. In that you can, you know, after you get a one more, you can bounce that over to another party member. And that allows you to use a combination of party members to either split your MP among multiple people or attack multiple enemies' weak points as needed. Which is very neat. It's a very neat way for that to work, and, you know, in Persona 5, it allowed you to be very, very flexible with how you dealt with enemies, and preserved your SP throughout a dungeon, which is really the main thing you gotta do in a dungeon dungeon nearing in a Persona game. It's just trying to get the most mileage out of your limited mana pool before you have to go home and spend another day, come back to the dungeon on another day. I'll say one thing I forgot about that game, just logistically, is that this was really the first time they thought about doing the whole social link thing, where they give, they have like side stories where you spend time with them and you get like benefits that go with that. And as a result, they didn't really figure out what the best use of it was. What do I mean by that? Well, in the later games, the most important social links that you can possibly do are always your party members, because they're in your party. How is it in Persona 3 by comparison? Well, your party members don't have social links. Most of them, all of them, I forget, but most of them just have plot that advances throughout the story. I'll say there are some benefits to this. There are some clear benefits to this, such as the fact that there are some clear benefits to how this works. Namely that because they can advance everyone's story independent of you hanging out with them. Every party member gets like a complete story outside of the confines of you hanging out with them and doing social link stuff with them, which is good. That said, your party members, if you're hanging out with anyone in the game, why not your party members specifically? That would be, I think, the most important ones to spend the time with. I think it's not quite as cut as dry as I'm making out. I think, if I'm recalling, it's not that your party members don't have social links, it's that not all of them do. Specifically, you can't social link with any of the dudes. The dudes don't have social links, but the ladies do, because they're romance options, and that's how romance works in the game. You social link them, and then you, once they're at level 10, you can choose to, you know, take it to the next level. Or say something that's like, yeah, we're good as friends. And make sure it stays at that friendship level. Can we... Yeah. Okay. Perfect. As for other games, I also did start Resident Evil 2 during that stream. I haven't given thought to continuing on that. That seems like a more of a big effort, considering... I say it's more of a big effort. That's not true. I'm sure that how long to beat is like maybe 20 hours on that versus Persona 3 Reload is 100 or so. Maybe more like 90. Maybe more like 90, but still an immensely long game. But, besides wanting to start a game that's free to me and is a beloved gem, I didn't really go into this thinking like, yeah, well, if I like it, I'll play a bunch more of it, because that's always a commitment. That's always a big commitment to make, but I probably should. I also have been thinking about, about Resident Evil 4, which, again, I've never played. Never played any Resident Evil game, other than Deadly Silence on the DS, which was not very good, which is probably why I didn't jump at RE4 when I heard that was good. I just, thought, nah, no, I'm just gonna play the games that I like to play and not take any chances on this. Again, unfair, considering that, it was a DS port of a game that was confusing and weird and was not changed in any way, other than to add, like, motion control mini games, which, yeah, that's not really an improvement, sad to say. And no one thinks it is, as well. Say, so far, this is pretty good. It's long. It's like a whole big thing, but it's interesting. It's challenging. It all seems to flow pretty well from one thing to another. I would go ahead and say that this is the best reuse of this area that the game has done. Can I get over this fence with the hook shots? Oh, well, I can just go over here, can't I? Maybe. This is the best reuse of an area this game has done so far, in that it's turning what is a well-trodden zone into a cool trial to navigate through and to have a little bit of like a final little challenge, a final usage of just about every major item. The only problem is that this is like the third time this area has been repurposed. You know, this is the third visit. If this was the second visit, I think it'd be a whole lot more compelling. Hell, even if it was an original area, that would be even better. I'll say, as far as the allergy stuff goes, I've put some more filters in my air purifier, which I hadn't done forever, so it wasn't really doing much. So hopefully now, it's helping. I don't know. I really don't know how much an air purifier helps. Active, inactive, when I got it first time versus when it stopped working. Before, after, it's all just... I would say it's all very indistinct to me. Like, the effect that it has on breathing comfortably. Like, I'm not sure if it actually does. It actually helps any. I'm also not sure, like, how exactly helpful it is. I guess it's taking dust out of the air. And that is a self-evident good. This is the way, right? Might not be the way, but at the very least, it's a good place to get some parts back. This game needed an editor. Needs some very heavy trimming. I wouldn't trim this section, but I would trim most of the things we've done this stream. Would trim the water. Would trim... Look at these dudes. They're just bugs. I can't hit them. I don't have a sword. That's an ungrappleable. Grappleable. I would trim the water. I would trim the whole... I would trim the pumpkin soup thing. And just say, like, hey, go talk to Laios. And have that just start with the boss fight. Just start with the boss fight. Hell, I would have Impa say, like, you need to talk to Laios. No one knows about Laios now, but he's sort of our main deity. He will know where to find the Triforce. And instead of having to go talk to people and go like, Triforce, Triforce. I have heard of this Triforce. I don't know, I was sort of doing like a wharf, I guess. I have heard of this Triforce. I guess I'm thinking of the, there's like a Red Letter Media bit or clip where it's like, where they're talking about, like, oh, it's some shit where it starts with, it's like a fancy triphosphine or something, I don't know. I'm thinking of multiple things. Also thinking of the Arrested Development bits, where, Job says, you could use some tricycline. Tetracycline should not be administered, yada yada yada. That's a good bit as well. Just recalling bits now from things that I like. I saw Red Letter Media did like a whole fresh video the other day. I'll say I'm nearly out of cards, so let's save that last one for a bit. But I'll say some things that aren't on cards. How about? I'll do the thing that I would have done before I came up with the idea of cards, which is just use my memory to come up with something to talk about. Ready? Red Letter Media. I saw they did a video, another Plinkett video, but it's really just pointing out like 100 little nitpicks with that the widescreen HD versions of Next Generation exposes. Like, oh yeah, you can see a lot clearer when there's a boom in the shots or when there's black paper in the background of sets, which all that I had no idea was a thing. That you could just see with your eyes, like, oh yeah, there was a bad reflection off that panel, so they put black paper over it. It's not hidden. It's just black paper covering part of the comms panel. It's a little bit, once you notice it, you can't unsee it. Well, that remains to be seen. I haven't, like, rewatched any shows, any episodes or anything since being told of it, but I do believe that that would be a very hard thing to overlook once you know what to look for. Maybe over here. Once you know what to look for, you're probably gonna be like, just going like, wait, there's, yeah, black paper on that whole glossy panel back there. Ooh, it's obvious. It's obvious. It's just right there. You can't even hide that. You can't even hide it in some cases. It's just out in the open. Eh? Fun little Plinkett video, though. I would love if they did a proper review, a proper Plinkett review. I know the thing is that it's a lot of work, and it's probably much more economical to just do an unscripted, what's half in the bag, which is funny and good, and I love those as well, especially when they're about movies I've seen and or care about. Mostly when it's about movies I've seen or cared about. We have to ride that raft, don't we? Oh, this is what that does. It lets you take that shortcut. But good Plinkett review is solid. I'll say another Red Letter Media thing that I saw and watched relatively recently in the last few weeks that I didn't talk about on the stream. Ready? I saw they did like the Nerd Crew, which they did a fake podcast where they made fun of podcasters being all, you know, dealing with remote for the first time and being an expert at it. You know, just dealing with setup, dealing with technical issues, and being completely disingenuous. The whole conceit of the stream, of that stream, it's a video, it's not actually a stream. The whole conceit was that they were talking about Madam Web and pretending as if it was something that they were excited for. Saying such things, just like repeating Sony bullet points sarcastically. Like saying that, you know, oh, the Madam Web, it's got dynamic characters, and it's grounded in reality, unlike other superhero movies. You know, it's grounded in reality. And also saying things such as, like, February 14th, repeatedly, the day it was to come out. Except for one time in the video, and I think this is my favorite joke, where there's like a viewer email segment where one viewer says, like, it's like comment section, right? And a viewer says, this is a movie that's coming out, and Rich Evans, he nods his head and says, January 14th. And that's not the date. The date is, you know, February 14th. And that to me is just very, very funny as a thing that isn't even commented on, that that's the wrong date, but everyone noticed. And if you didn't notice, like, hey, that's a treat on your second watch, I guess. I like watching videos multiple times sometimes. God, I've seen a bunch of videos multiple times recently. It's just sometimes easier when it's like, okay, I just want something to watch, something to put on in the background. You know, you can either do something like, say, start rewatching The Wire. It occurs to me now that I say that, I could probably watch an episode of The Wire, or part of one, as I make breakfast in the morning on an office day. Episode's about 15 minutes. Let's say I get up about 15 minutes before I have to get out the door. Yeah, that works perfectly. Instead of that, you might just do like a video you've seen before. What did I just get? I just got this. Okay, cool. Like, I watched a lot of H-Bomber Guy's stuff multiple times recently. Even his plagiarism video, his oomph video. Those are all immaculate and so good. I wish that, obviously, all those 4-hour videos that are scripted and full of good edits and points well made and some delicious investigatory work, and some delicious reveals of odious stuff that some people have been up to. You know, all that stuff takes time to do, so I 100,000% understand that it's not something that you can crank out multiple times a year, but goddamn, I wish that there were more videos to watch of his. None of y'all will ever have, if anyone is watching this, not a problem with me, of course, considering that I stream multiple times a week. It's all unscripted, so it all just... I say, there's no such thing as a scripted Let's Play, to be clear. But you know what I mean, it's just, I just turn on the OBS and get to playing a video game and talking about things that have been going on in my life. If I please. Sometimes I just talk about the game. But, you know, you can't always do that. I guess I could be talking about the game right now. I could be saying something like, okay, well, we got the whip. We unlocked this cave. It's gonna blow us to the top. And then we're gonna have to figure out what to do next. To slide down. Oh, we're gonna go talk to that guy. Do we not have our earrings that make us be able to handle hot temperatures right now? No, we still have our earrings that can handle really hot temperatures, so we could go that way if we please. But we can't because we need bombs. Alright, looking at the map here, we got that one. Good, okay, so what's left is the bombs over here, and the slingshots, down these slopes. Is this a slope? This slope? This... over here, so let's see. Either I catch a lava ride down, or I go through the town. Not worry about it. It seems very clear in which way that the game wants us to go. These platforms start sinking as soon as you step on them? Or was that just a thing where I stepped on one right at the end of the line the first time I stepped on one, which taught me the wrong lesson? Okay, yeah, these are solid. These are good. I guess earlier in the game you did have these lava platforms as well, and they weren't the same as before. It's just that, well, I don't know. I play this game a couple hours a week for 7 weeks now. It's has been a while since the last time I dealt with those things. Literally like a month. So yeah, that isn't exactly the simplest thing in the world to manage. I don't know why there's this path when we could just these guys. I guess to get back up. That's the answer. These are to get back up. Oh, how I wish I could rewind that lava platform rather than waiting I don't know how long until the next one comes along. That's not so, it wasn't so long at all. The first one just took a while to get out of the station. After that, they all just came in pretty quick order. With this, we can actually attack guys and deal damage to them. And that is all good to me. Card. What if Wind Waker Randomizer, if I could set quality settings, could get quality settings set? I was thinking about Wind Waker Randomizer. Speaking of other streamers slash video people that I like to watch on YouTube or otherwise, I like to watch Linkus, who you know, has been a big member of the Wind Waker community, big Wind Waker speedrunner, been at many GDQs, many world records, big good videos explaining various Zelda runs and such. I saw that he did like a Wind Waker randomizer. I'm kind of curious about that. I've done randomizers for Ocarina and Majora's Mask, and they've been cool, if daunting, to get into, and Wind Waker is another game that I love, so why wouldn't I also want to try that as a randomizer? Well, off the dome here, one thing that comes to mind is that, oh, this is cool. We can now just stun him. Fuck you. One thing that comes to mind is that Wind Waker has a lot of podunk islands. And as much as I like Wind Waker, I think it'd be very unfortunate to have to go to every fucking little podunk island in turn and do checks there. Like, yeah, this is an island I've literally never been to before because it has nothing. Except it does have a treasure map that you normally would never want, so yeah, I guess we have to go there now. I think I would like a Wind Waker randomizer if I could set it up with very specific settings. And here's the settings that I have in mind. And I'm not sure like how configurable it is, but a lot of randomizers do have a lot of settings you can set as far as this sort of things go, so it's not like out of the realm of possibility that this is how it should work. But my thought is, I would like it to work such that, we got our bomb bag back. I would like it to work such that it's all major islands only. Only major islands, islands that are part of the plot, part of the dungeons, you know, stuff like that, and cut off anything that's like a podunk little island. Now, would that include stuff that's part of the Triforce Hunt? because I don't like that stuff either, honestly. And to be honest, I would probably like that to be excised entirely as well. But, I don't know. We'll see. I'll see at some point how much that can be configured. I'll say I have no plans to do that in the immediate future. I want to take next week. This week, we've had 3 streams, and I want next week to be a little bit more low-key. And then the week after that... will be the whole, trying to do Banjo-Tooie in 10 hours or whatever, in a single session on Sunday. And I'm thinking no Tuesday stream that week also, so just making it a rather slow week. You know, just focusing on that big Tooie stream, and then the Friday evening viewer levels. And I am guessing, that I'll probably be done with this game by then. I would have to imagine that next week is the finale of Skyward Sword HD. So that's what I'm thinking right now. Immediate stream plans are the Tooie stream, and other than that, relaxing. I'll say, now that we're approaching the end of this game, the next plan is to finish off the long-term project that I took up like half a year ago, which was doing StarCraft 2 one campaign at a time, and interspersing it with Zelda playthroughs. This is going to be the last of these Zelda playthroughs, as the last HD version of a Zelda game. And the next StarCraft 2 is going to be the last of those, which is good. There's our sword. The stealth sequence is over. They didn't steal the sword, it just got really lost. Oh, it's now called the Master Sword also, by the way. So, the next stream series after this will be Legacy of the Void, which, honestly, I'm not expecting that to go to super long. Heart of the Swarm could have gone just 3 weeks if I hadn't done shorter streams of that. It went for 4, but I did have one stream where I was just back from a really long trip, so it was like a 2-hour stream. I can go in this direction now. That's cool. I think the guy is in this direction. Plan will be to do that, and I reckon it might be 3 or 4 streams, and then, so that is to say 3 to 4 weeks, and then we'll be getting into like the major next big thing, which will be, it'll be pretty exciting. It'll be the something I've been looking to do for a good long while now. I bet my items are further up. Further. Or this way. Something I've been looking to do for a good long while now, which is a full replay, 100% Mario Odyssey, which I haven't done since that game came out, and I'm pretty excited to do again. I think that'll be a good quality playthrough. And I'll say, we're coming off Skyward Sword and Twilight Princess, two Zeldas that are, I do think they have their moments and their good bits. it's this one is not one of them good bits, of course. Well, this part was alright. You know, the Volcano Stealth was not bad, but it isn't a stretch that is awkward. Oh, I got a pouch that had all my items in it. Okay. So it isn't a stretch that is pretty awkward right now, but you know, going to Odyssey, that is a game that I love without reservation. That is literally tied for my #1 game of all time, so suffice to say I'm excited, and I'm looking forward to getting into that, playing the whole thing. I've done any percent in that a couple times on stream, so, and that's, you know, a single session thing. I've done it as part of longer streams even, so that first stream I reckon might best just be any percent, just getting like the first 100 moons, and if that's the pace that we can expect, then we'd be looking at like, say, 10 streams? Could be more like 12 or 14. I will intentionally rig it if it looks like we're gonna have to do 13 streams in favor of going to 14. I like auspicious numbers. I like auspicious numbers, and I don't like unlucky numbers. Whenever I'm doing cards, and I'm looking at my lineup of cards, and I count them, and I say, 13 cards. Oh, fuck. I always think to myself, like, can I remove a card, or should I add a card? Tonight, with how slow this has gone, I should have added cards. But that was not the approach I took. I removed cards instead. Oh, well. The mark you bear upon your hand is not just a fashionable decoration. The godin has chosen you to hear the melody. Oh, good. You're not going to make me, like, collect notes all over your volcano? Really sounds like the other part of the song, doesn't it? Link's enjoying this. I don't know why. Just bring the camera right under his crotch there. Thank you, game. Let's go. Let's do it. Oh yeah, the volcano was my fault, and it's over now. Thank you for participating in the volcano trial. You may now exit the ride and return to the sky. Why did you make it so that the volcano blew up and all the bad guys got like a severe advantage for like you know, an hour there? That doesn't make sense as a thing to do. Anyway, let's not worry about it. We just got Lanayru left, and Lanayru's pretty cool. I still have pretty much perfectly good items, and don't really have to worry about any of that crap yet. So let's just stay the course and go for Lanayru. I guess after this, we should have a good thing. I want to leave us in a place where we're on track for finishing the game next week. So, why don't I pull up a quick Skyward Sword. Let's see. Let's look at a walkthrough real fast and just see how many sections are ahead of us. I just want to go like to the overall table of contents here. Polygon.com, sure. That's fine. Give me some idea about what we're in here for here. Wow, their guide is organized really poorly. Let me go to IGN. Okay, here. Zelda Dungeon, even better. So, we are in the Song of the Hero chapter. Then there's the Sky Keep chapter. Then there's the Final Showdown. So, and the song, it just has like these parts. Then there's Sky Keep. Then there's Final Showdown. Perfect. I think that let's get the song. I guess the question is, and this is something I remembered long before, by the way. I didn't just spoil myself on it. The trial in Skyloft. Do we want to do that? I don't know where we're going. Gorge? Where are we going exactly? Let's say the Gorge. Where should we go? I'm wondering if we should do the trial tonight to end on. Or if we should just end on getting the song itself. And leave that for next time with the temple and the final showdown. Trial won't take that long. But also it'll be a whole thing, and we already are going pretty late here. Ugh. Allergy season. I would really like a hint on where we're supposed to go. Hey, tell me a hint. Advice. Where in Lanayru? The Temple of Time is visible from this location. So, do we know that it's here? By the way, I didn't say, but this is all what Lanayru is. You might notice during streams, I'm always, whenever we start into an area, I always say something to the effect of like, alright, Lanayru. Something like that. The reason is, that's the perfect place for a timestamp. For the VOD. Always like to put very good timestamps, and if I stop and I say, and I wait like a second so that it's a clean timestamp, and I say, okay, Lanayru, and that's clean. That won't be what this is, because we've been here for like a minute before I said that. Maybe I said something good enough that I can put that at. Answer me this. Give me advice, a hint. Is the gorge where we need to go? What? These are very not helpful hints. Okay. My gear is suited. I have a shield, and a fairy. That is apparently desert equipment. What the fuck are you talking about? What other equipment is there in this game other than shields and shields and shields? Are we going to the Temple of Time? Where are we going? Okay, I'm just gonna... I have this FAQ open. Let me just... It says Lanayru Gorge. This is Lanayru Gorge, right? No, this is not Lanayru Gorge. This is a gorge, but it's not Lanayru Gorge. This is Desert Gorge. Completely different, and also, to be fair, you wouldn't know this off the top of your head. I guess you're supposed to run around aimlessly in this one. Or maybe go to a place where there's NPCs and ask an NPC. Where does your dragon live? I'll say, speaking of meta things, I always like to name a stream, a VOD of a stream something, and probably something that I say during the thing, but it's not going to be something to the effect of, where's your dragon? That's, just isn't fitting, considering that this is the Bloat. It'll be something like Bloat, Bloat, and more Bloats. The thing that I literally wrote into the... into the starting soon description, because that is just what this area is. That is just what this segment is. It's just all bloat. You could cut all of this, and the game would be better for it. Well, I would say cut all of this, but except for the stealth sequence, and put that in where the robot escort mission is. Take it out, put it where the robot is, and you have a 10 times better game. Hell, I think that change alone would take this game up a notch. What are you saying? Passage leading to the Thunder guy. Okay, cool. I think that would take the game up a whole letter grade, a whole star point. From probably a 3 out of 5, I would want to say, to a 4 out of 5. I think it is the most okay Zelda game where, you know, I would probably put Twilight Princess a good deal above it. It doesn't have... Twilight Princess does have some bloat, but it doesn't have a single segment that is all bloat. Oops, all bloat. Another good name for a stream. Yeah, I'll say I was thinking about some of these earlier on. Oops, all bloat did come to mind. So it's not like the most impromptu thing, but a stream title doesn't have to be impromptu. Not always. It's better in most cases, but sometimes you know what you're getting into. And this time, boy howdy. I say that, I didn't know half the things I was getting into. I didn't know how quite it would stretch, but... it has indeed proven to be a lot. Oh, so they just added an extra passage in a room that we've been to before that leads to the guy. Great. Wonderful. Fucking great. Oh, I have no memory of what this guy is gonna make us do. I have no memory whatsoever. If I had to guess, I would say a platform. We're gonna have to... guess, here's my guess. We're gonna have to ride a big platform that is sunken into the past. It's one of those past minecarts, and it's gonna be like the ones that were in a dungeon earlier, but a whole big long sequence. Is that it? It's really looking like it. This, yeah, really does look like that's exactly what this is. A big minecart traversal bit. Oh yeah, it's like a whole... Yeah, that's it, isn't it? Okay. Lanayru minecart. Doodle. What the fuck? A very slow minecart ride, I suppose, will be the thing. You know, if it is as I describe, I would say this is, not as bad as the water, but also a very tedious thing generally to walk beside a cart that is slowly moving. And in fact, I would say that they already did this as good as it needed to be done in the dungeon, where it was just like a 2-minute thing. 1-minute thing. That is, in fact, perfect. Oh, Lanayru is dead. Oh, that's funny. Okay, I see your problem here. The dragon is dead. The other dragons are fine, but Lanayru died. I didn't know you could die as a dragon. That's like, isn't that the whole thing in Twilight, in Tears of the Kingdom? That the dragons are literally immortal, cannot be killed? Well, there is one dragon. That's an exception, kinda. I guess. Maybe you just need, like, godly power. That said, I don't think this dragon died of the Master Sword, since it didn't exist. Or an adventurer. Literally just died of old age. These are more human-like dragons than the ones in Tears of the Kingdom. Maybe the idea is just that Tears of the Kingdom dragons, they're immortal. The more human you are, the more mortality grasps at your soul. I'm on another card. If the console generation is almost over, was it good? Something I've been thinking about since I saw a Donkey video that sort of went through the PS5 generation in a bunch of little sound bites, bunch of little stories, and it was very funny. Just looking back and realizing, like, oh yeah, it started out with a bunch of half ports that were basically identical on PlayStation 4 and PlayStation 5. Very hard to tell the difference between the two consoles. Then it went into a bunch of games which mostly were pretty much the same as the ones that came before, but an iteration upon that. And now it's over. And there's been like maybe at most like 6 PlayStation 5 games of note, and fewer Xbox games of note, exclusives. And, you know, even counting PC, to be clear. This has not been, perhaps, the best generation for either console, as far as, like, oh man, you're telling me it's almost over, but if you ask me, it's barely begun. If you ask me, I'd say, like, oh jeez, this is the very start to me. We've barely gotten any games, no sequels, nothing. I guess that's just part of how console generations are now, where, yeah, it used to be that you could do tons in a single generation, even if it was just like 8 years, right? Like even as late as the Xbox 360 generation, they were fucking huge. They were fucking huge, man. They had like whole trilogies, whole quadrilogies on the 360. Franchises lived and were born and got franchised to eternity, and had like 10 entries in them before the console died. And now we're lucky to get 1.5 entries in a console generation, and even that feels like it's pushing it. You know. It's a sad state of affairs, and I really think it is about time for us to all admit as a people, as a society, that it is time to wrap up shop, close up shop and say, okay, consoles are over. We don't need a new one every 4, 5, 10 years. We don't need a new one every 8 years. Try 10, try 12, honestly. They're just about as good as they can get. The only thing I'll say is if you can get a Switch with better everything, that is like the only room, the only place I see room for growth out there is specifically the Nintendo Switch, the Stream Deck, that whole specific niche. And I'll say, as far as was the console generation good or not, I kind of see the Nintendo Switch as a completely different thing. You know, it sort of existed outside the generations. It was competing for the PlayStation with the PlayStation 4 and Xbox One for a lot of its life. And, you know, you could either say it's the last of the previous gen or the first of this gen. But with the power that it has, it probably feels safer to say it's like somewhere in between Series 1 and X, or PlayStation 4 and 5. Entry is only allowed with the dragon. Dragon's dead, man. I see. I guess that was on the chain. The chain is where he kept the key. Oh, this is kind of annoying to fly downwards like this. You can barely see the fucking key from this perspective. But still managed it. I definitely think that the PlayStation Series X, the PlayStation 5/Series X generation will go down as one of the worst. The 360 generation was one of the best as far as games, as far as library goes. The advent of 3D and internet as services in general. The previous generations are also mired in nostalgia that, like, no, absolutely not. The PlayStation 2 generation, the GameCube generation, whichever, whatever you want to call it, that's golden. The first 3D generation, oh my god, you can't go wrong with that. The SNES, oh my god. I'm not as big into the NES since it was before my time, but it was revolutionary. It cannot be denied, and basically it wiped out all consoles before it, became irrelevant in the face of, you know, the perfected form of the console industry. I would say that PlayStation 4/1 probably also pretty low, honestly, if we're just talking like generations. Hey, what the fuck? Why isn't it moving? Bye. You're dead now. I'll be sure to do that. Alright, minecart time. It's now actually minecart time. I'll just do the one thumbnail, the one timestamp for when I landed in Lanayru. Not when I, You don't need a million timestamps for like, oh, this is when I figured out where to actually go. This is when I figured out, you know, this is where I went to the wrong place. This is when I farted around for like 10 minutes. It's all just part of the experience. Anyway, I think this generation is one of the sadder ones, though. I'll say again, the Switch is a is like an all-time great console, and I think one of the best that there's ever been. And I hope the hell that Nintendo isn't gonna screw it up with, I hope the hell that Nintendo doesn't screw it up with their next thing. This is alright. It's going fast enough. What? Oh. I see. I was worried it would have to, like, backtrack or something. Or that I missed something in the middle. I hope the hell that Nintendo doesn't fuck this up. And, you know, if the idea is behind the PlayStation 6, if Sony were to say, like, oh, hey, check it out, the PlayStation 6 is portable. It's a portable PlayStation. It's like a Nintendo Switch, but PlayStation. I would say, okay, I guess. That's probably where the industry is going, considering that it's diminishing returns on all other fronts at this point. Unless you were to do like 4K TVs or something, which, yeah, or like 8K at some point. Which, yeah, I reckon sometime soon we'll all be moving to bigger, fancier monitors. One thing about my new laptop is that it has a 3K display, which is like basically 150 times, 150%, so like 1.5 times a normal display resolution as far as like a 1080 type thing goes, which is cool and makes me wonder, like, oh well, should I be thinking about when I'm going to upgrade my monitors to be 4K? Is that going to be a thing that I care about? I have a 4K TV, but thus far I haven't needed 4K anything else because honestly I can't really tell that much of a difference, and maybe that's my answer as far as like monitors go. But I could see us getting to the point where it's like, okay, everyone just go ahead and fucking upgrade already. Get your computer monitors to be the same as your TVs. That'll be a whole expensive proposition. Whenever that comes to pass, considering that I got a lot of shit. I got the 2 monitors at my desk, which, yeah, those would have to be replaced. Honestly, I wouldn't mind that. They're kind of a little bit scuffed at this point. Their screens have some marks on them, and I think one of them even has a dead pixel. So it might be a good idea to move forward at some point in the relatively near future. But I'm not really thinking it's super essential. And honestly, if I could just use the same monitor forever and ever, I'd be fine with that. But maybe a 4K monitor wouldn't be that much money eventually. It'll be reasonable, and you might as well get it if it's not too unusual. The one thing I look at and I go like, well, whenever 4K is gonna be a thing, the preview monitor is gonna be annoying as far as an expense goes. Currently, the preview monitor, which is where I view chats and other such things, is just a extension of my second monitor at my desk. So it has the same stuff on it. So if that second monitor becomes 4K, I'll have to buy a new preview monitor as well, which is annoying for reasons, such as the preview monitor needs to be a good deal bigger than the... Oh, thank God for the fairy. I was worried for a second. The preview monitor has to be a good deal bigger than the other monitors, since it has to be viewed from the couch, a good like 6 feet away from the thing. In fact, honestly, wouldn't mind getting a bigger preview monitor the next time if I were to upgrade. Then it'd be easier to read chat messages. It would be easier to read chat messages. I would have a clearer picture of what the stream sees at any given time. There would be a lot of things that would be handy about that. Such that whenever it is time, it would be a good thing to do. That said, I'm not really anticipating it'll be time anytime soon. And, yeah, I'd like to have another... God, it feels weird to be saying how much longer I'd like to have these monitors and keep with 1080p for my computer setup. A couple years, maybe? Maybe that's too long. It seems like... It kind of feels like now that we're finally seeing some amount of ramp towards 4K being more normal. And things just coming in 4K without fuss or fuss. It's starting to become regular. I'll say again, I 1000% don't think it's there yet, but it's getting there. That's interesting. I think we're nearing the end here. I am happy. I think what we will do is we will return to the guy and we will say, how do you do? Oh yeah, this is the final stretch. There's gonna be some last enemies here. Ah, I see. Hook beetle. We're getting to the last stretch here. And then it'll just be a trial, a dungeon, and then the end of the game. And I think... I want to say all that sounds perfectly doable in a single stream next week. And I'll say I'll go as long as it takes if that isn't as perfectly doable as it sounds on paper. But it sounds perfectly doable, so let's just relax. Let's just say not go running headlong into the trial right just now. We will get the song and get that all sorted out, but for the rest, let's just relax and leave it to next week. There we go. He's back from the dead. Hey, buddy. He's very ill right now. Dang, that sucks, dude. Is your master a robot? It's got like metal body. Yep, I need the song. How about I add a model number to your name like my friends have? I can tell you don't like the sound of that. Oh well. This guy likes robots. I guess the dragon made all the robots. Go figure. You need me to teach you a song? Yep. Dude, I came all this way. They planted it near the seat of life. I guess we need to make him not sick so he doesn't die. That's fair. That's okay. You know what? Let's do it. Is this the seed? I don't know if this is the seed. Okay. I'm gonna talk to him again, see if I can figure out what's the deal with the seed. I'll say, as far as putting up this VOD, it'll be probably sometime tomorrow, around lunchtime. Since I work from home on Wednesdays, it's really easy to do a Tuesday VOD and to spend a little time over lunch doing the thumbnail and anything that's left to do as far as timestamps and all. And I usually write the description right after the stream. So, it's all very doable. And we'll be done. On the other side of the bridge, planted a seedling. It doesn't grow that well around here. Trees don't grow that well around here. I feel like we didn't need a second quest here to do with this seed business, but okay. Do what you want. I thought this area was a perfectly good little final iteration of the time stone thing, though it does come off as lesser than every previous usage of time stones. It's sort of like a very dull, like, it's like a very basic version of the, Yep, I got it. I understand. This will be the one time we use the Temple of Time for anything other than talking to Zelda and having her exposit dialogue that honestly Impa could have told us in the future without us even having a way to time travel to the past. That... She could have just said, like, yeah, Zelda is in the past, there's no way to get to her, but she is doing something very important. She is doing something very important. And you will understand in time. And she is not gone. She will find... She will be back. I don't know. There's a million things you could do with this game. And a million changes I would make. And most of them are in this section. Sad to say. And it's not just the bloat, it's also the story sucks. And, oh boy. The fact that you get to the past and you don't get to do anything in there. I can't get over how shit that is. You don't even get to look outside. You don't even get to see what the past looks like. You just get to go like, oh, it's a building. And it's just less ruinous. Okay. I could have guessed that. How do I get back? Does my guy have enough range? I'll say, as far as the schedule goes, In about a month, I'm gonna be moving, or a little over a month actually, like early April. So I expect those during that whole week, and maybe the week after, to be down until such time as I am all set up at the new place. That said, maybe I'll get set up fast, and we'll have a stream relatively soon after I get everything like set up and plugged in and back up and running. With packing, I'm a pretty. I like to start packing pretty early and getting everything with moves especially, and with trips as well. I like to pack things up over the course of several days and weeks, you know, over time. But unpacking, I go as quick as I can, you know, and I get all the furniture set up as quick as I can, and I get the curtains hung, the blackout curtains hung as quick as I can. Really, it's stuff like that's the big obstacle, like getting the curtains all nice and did. Things that I need equipment or otherwise for. That is difficult. That's the part that'll take time. Plugging in my computer, like, you better believe that's one of the first things that'll be getting done. And also, to be fair, I will have the laptop by then, and the laptop... I will have the laptop by then. I have the laptop. I should hopefully have tested the streaming from it. Tried to stream from it by that point, so we'll maybe be able to do like a laptop stream, even if a PC stream wouldn't be possible. And why wouldn't it? The TV will be set up pretty quick. All this junk will be set up pretty quick. I don't really see that big of an obstacle to getting everything good and working. I guess that explains why Lanayru died, or the area died. Their dragon that made all the robots and was maintaining everything, he died, so everything else followed in his wake. Oh man, this would be a terrible time for another fight against the big dude. Please, no more fight against the big dude. What we're doing is we're going back to the past, we're going to plant the tree, and then we're going to come back to the future. And we don't get to go outside, I bet. I bet we'd plant it inside, in the middle of a building that is not currently destroyed. Fortunately, the building has a perfectly good little garden set up just for this purposes. Just for this purpose. Kinda silly, considering that there's a perfectly good forest outside that we could plant it in. If there was an outside to speak of. An outside to go to. At the very least in Wind Waker, you could go outside. And look around. And it was cool. Cut that right there. That'd be a simple thing to cut. Or just have it so that the tree in the future already bears fruit. And you don't have to do like a silly little... Honestly, I might say just cut out the entire idea of going back to the past. Or show Zelda doing it, and then you don't get to follow. The door opens, you get to see the door, Zelda go in there, and then just it's shattered and, oh crap, she's gone. And maybe that's all she wrote. And you get to wonder, like, is that all we'll ever see of Zelda? Find out. Ooh. Again, I'll say I do think the dungeons in this game are pretty good, with the exception of the first one and the fifth one. They are solid. They are well made. Some of them are some of the best in the franchise. Maybe the sixth one is the bad one. The fifth one is good, actually. I forgot that lava is 6, not 5. Let me say, the boat, fifth one is good, fourth one is good. Those two are immaculate, and probably some of the best in the franchise. And for that, you could see saying this game is good. It's at least okay. And it is such that even after my, I played it as when it came out. When HD came out, I was willing to give it another go and played through most of it. And much in the way that I stopped playing Wind Waker most times I play it, I stopped playing it here. The only thing is, in this one, there is a dungeon after all the bullshit, which is almost a shame, even though it does give you a reason that you should want to play through the bullshit. It's almost kind of a shame because it's like, okay, well, there is content that I want to see beyond the point of where we're at, but it's just out of the way. Also, I'll say as a small comment, they could have done like wind blowing you off course to get you to this area. There's maybe a way to make getting to this area a little less arbitrary. Small thoughts on that, like an hour later after we met the Goron and the Goron showed us the way. Yep, have your fruit, and then we'll take you to the future. It would be cool if the present was just, less Eridus now. Because Lanayru, did some irrigation in the past after he lived. Watch out, don't exit the time crystal. I mean, actually, you're immortal, so it won't make a difference now. It'd be funny if, after you hit the switch, he was still dead. After. I just noticed that these guys have like the emblems from like the spiritual stone insignias, whatever they're called. They have them on their backs. They're the goddesses' icons. So, I guess matching the goddess that they're associated with. All right. About 4 hours in? Okay. Where'd he go? I wonder where he went. Now in the future. I don't think he's dead, he's just, somewhere else. This place kind of sucks now, so I understand. He doesn't want to live here anymore. Probably move somewhere where it, has grass and trees and stuff. I've heard it said that, like, in the early days of, like, Egypt and such, it was a lot wetter and more green than now, where you just think desert. Maybe I'm misremembering that, or mangling it, or maybe it is still green on the Nile itself, but it's just that the Nile doesn't make things green very far outside of the Nile. Alright! We did it! We're just going to go get the last music thing, and then we're going to... I think we're gonna go find the trial thing and then save right outside it, and then we will end for this stream. We will end for now and leave off until next time, which I do believe, unless I am very mistaken, will be the finale. We just got 3 things to do left. Trial, dungeon, final boss. Might be multiple final bosses, I'm not sure. In any case, final bosses are not a whole dungeon. It'll just be a fight or 2 or 3. That is probably gonna be like a 2-hour stream. Won't that be nice? It'll be quick, it'll be to the point, it'll be fast. Ooh, that's gonna be good. And it'll have a dungeon in it. How do you like that? A dungeon. Haven't seen one of those since last week. Teach me the song, man. I like an Ocarina where there's just like a good variety of mythical creatures who are guardians of the world. And I do like this whale man. This big old sky whale. That's cool. It does remind me of Ocarina where there's the fish, there's the tree, there's the evil dragon, who's not really a good guy. What is this? What are they doing? I like in Majora's in Ocarina where the guardians are like in various different states and various different kinds. Wind Waker is also good, very good in that, having a tree, a fish, and a dragon. I guess that's less original then, because those are 2 of them from Ocarina, plus a dragon, which, sure, why not? That's pretty standard. Pretty standard as far as those things go. Now we have a fish and a couple of dragons, and eventually we'll just have a dragon and a tree. 3, 4, 5 dragons and a tree. We now have the path to the Triforce. That's what he said. It's 4 hours and I'm not reading that much dialogue anymore. I'm sorry. Trial Gate is around here. Somewhere around these flying islands. You jump off the front, it doesn't work. Jump off the sides. Alright, let's go find that trial gate, and then we will leave out right outside the trial, the final trial, which, we'll see how long that takes us. I think that's like the one question mark in the next stream, is I don't know if it's gonna take 1 or 2 or hell, it might take a bunch of tries. The most any of the trials has taken us is 2 tries so far. So, maybe it'll be like that at worst, but this is going to be the last one and maybe the hardest one. That is the only concern that I have, is that might balloon out the length, but after that, we just got a dungeon and a boss. Nothing. Doable. In one stream. And I will go late as much as needed. I will not sleep if needed next week. I'll have to, you know. I'll have to make sure to get a good night's sleep the night before, so that I am ready to go on that. I'm gonna open this and then do a save. Actually, we'll leave that till next time. That's a perfectly good thing to start with next stream. Well then, this whole chunk was probably the biggest chunk that I was really worried about going into replaying Skyward Sword HD on stream. The one that gave me the most pause and the one that made me go like, should we even do this at all? And I'm happy to have been able to do it in one stream. Just one big solid push to get through this big chunk that is entirely bloat. Entirely bloat. Playing it normally, it definitely is this kind of thing that if you play it in like shorter sessions, might take 2 or 3 whole sessions if you're slow and you're only doing like a few hours at a time, an hour or 2 at a time, and goddamn, that's a hell of a thing to have to push through. And the last couple times I played it, the last time I played it, I didn't push through it. I instead just ended, and I'm excited to see that last dungeon again. I haven't seen that dungeon in ages, in forever, since the game first came out, and the final boss will also be alright. We'll get to see Demise, as he is called, and he'll be a pretty regular boss. I'm gonna save again, even though there's auto saves, and also I don't really have that much to worry about. All right. Pull up the old schedule as I do. I'm going to look for a stream to raid while I talk and give my my end of stream spiel. Folks, that's going to do it for tonight. It's been a, honestly, not that long stream compared to some of the streams I've done for other playthrough series, like the Pikmin streams. Regularly went like 6 to 8 hours, because I was playing 3 games at once, of course. That was maybe not a good idea. I am known for not having good ideas, to be fair. There are other playthrough series that have had average stream lengths of like 5 to 6 hours, so 4 hours feels long for Zelda, but it is honestly not too overlong, all things considered. It is after midnight, and I guess it's maybe a little bit over 4 hours, all things considering. Let me think who I want to send you to. I'll send you to Ababox. Ababox is cool, does weird stuff. I'm going to pull up that stream on my end. And then I am going to end. Okay, well, I'll be back on Friday with viewer levels, 6 p.m. Central. Then after that, next week, will be another Skyward Sword stream, the finale, at 8 p.m. Central next week. And that'll be finishing the game off. And after that, there won't be any, after that, after I finish, after like maybe 2 weeks, like 2 weeks after that, there'll be like, it'll be StarCraft 2 Legacy of the Void. In the week in between, you might notice that Banjo-Tooie stream happens to be on the Sunday that's like between those two. The next week's finale, so it'll go Mario Maker viewer levels on Friday, finale Tuesday, Mario again Friday, then Banjo, Mario, StarCraft. And that'll cover like a 3-week span there. And that's how we're doing for the next couple weeks. So that'll be fun. And also perfectly timed if we're looking at that. It means I get to do the big stream without worrying about how it affects the playthrough. Next week, finale, next stream, viewer levels, 6 p.m. Central. Thank y'all for tuning in, watching, chatting. Bye, folks.